Good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists and participants, dear online viewers, welcome to the second EU Accession Exchange Forum. A year ago, we designed this forum as the main expert platform for exchange of lessons learned and ideas between all interested EU candidate and potential candidate countries. And this year, we are happy to welcome in person participants from Moldova, Georgia, Western Balkans, as well as a broad number of EU member states. Thank you, everyone, for being here and being here in person. Why it's so important for us? For New Europe Center I represent, because we are convinced that more coordination and more cooperation between all candidate states will lead to a more effective and more meaningful EU enlargement policy. Dear participants, we've composed this year forum discussions according to the challenges we in Kiev, in Ukraine, see as the most obvious challenges for future enlargement process. To be more precise, we identified three major challenges so far, and we will have accordingly 3 discussion panels reflecting those challenges later. The first challenge is EU accession process under unprecedented military aggression in Europe since World War II. As Ukrainian living in Ukraine, I have to admit, sometimes it's really difficult to focus on anything beyond basic security issues, and sometimes it's very difficult to plan anything properly, including today's event. But we have to, actually, because we don't want to just survive, we as Ukraine, we don't want to just survive as a post-Soviet state. We are determined to emerge after the war as a modern European state. And for this, we need a real, meaningful EU accession process. The second challenge is internal EU reform, which obviously will have an impact on all future enlargement moves. We know where major member states stand on this. But in many candidate states, and we have to admit that, the discussion on the vision of the EU's future has not really started. Let's start it today. And the last huge challenge we see, reforms inside candidate countries. Granting Ukraine EU candidate status became maybe the best what happened to Ukraine in its relations not just with the EU, but with external world in general. The best what happened to Ukraine in decades. But this status also proved to become the effective tool for pushing important reforms in the right direction. Later today, we will present and discuss our already 5th edition of Candidate Check, independent monitoring of Ukraine's implementation of 7 EU recommendations. Assessment which has been initiated by New Europe Center and conducted in partnership with major Ukrainian sectoral think tanks and NGOs, Anti-Corruption Action Center, De Jure Foundation, European Pravda, ANS Network, Transparency International, Ukraine Center for Policy and Legal Reforms, Ukrainian Center for Independent Political Research, and others. In our coalition, we remain convinced that opening accession talks with the EU, based on upcoming Commission report, would become even more powerful tool for reform in the country. Bigger goal requires deeper reforms. It's simple. Dear participants, Ukraine and the EU decisively passed the point of no return with regard to Ukraine's future membership. Now we have to pass the point of no excuse. No excuse for artificial obstacles, for real, meaningful, and merit-based from on both sides accession process. By saying that, I would like to thank those without whom this forum would not happen. The European Union, International Renaissance Foundations, who supported the initiative from its very beginning, and Deputy Prime Minister's Office for European and Atlantic Integration of Ukraine for being an official partner of the event for the second time. Let me also thank our partners from Moldova, Georgia, and Germany, IPRE, OSF Georgia, and LibMod, as well as European Pravda for great media partnership. My special thanks goes to USAID Engage program for supporting candidate check, independent monitoring, and many other New Europe Center activities on Ukraine's Euro integration track. Now I'm honored and pleased to pass the floor to our great partner and one of the best Ukraine strategists on the EU, Alexander Sushko, who is currently in Berlin, but he prepared a pre-recorded welcoming message for the participants of the forum.
Good morning, dear colleagues, and let me welcome you everyone who arrived this morning to attend our Accession Exchange Forum, which I think is one of the most remarkable civil society initiatives to provide high-level expertise and opinion exchange on the future of Europe. Our foundation is fully supportive for this forum for many years, and we continue to be on board. We believe that forum provides that level of continuity, expertise, and connections between the relevant people that we look forward with the optimism. Even now, with these extremely difficult times, which really proved to be probably the most dramatic in Europe for decades, now we are in the epicenter of the events which I think will determine the future of Europe for decades, if not centuries. Here in the Eastern Europe, we are about to build a missing page of European history. We are here to discuss the missing element of European architecture, and then to follow with a plan, if not plan, that vision of how to reach what we wish to reach as an output. I think that we will build our discussion in order, first of all, to discuss the path of reforms in the candidate countries, and then we will look closely to the lessons and learn lessons from the past experiences of other countries which are here, which are candidates. And this experience proves that along with the positive achievements, we had something wrong. I think that we have to discuss the experience of the others in order to avoid typical mistakes and in order to build a proper path to the future. I think that it is in our hands, first of all, to motivate domestic stakeholders in Ukraine and other Eastern European candidate and aspirant countries of the EU to build strong and effective coalition in order to succeed with the plan of reforms. And on the other hand, we have to build strong and sustainable coalition in the existing European Union, in the member states, in order to succeed with their support, to make it sustainable, to make it really consistent, in order to build this process as a bridging between the willingness of the current member states to enlarge the Union and the willingness of the Eastern European candidate countries to succeed with accession. And I hope this Accession Exchange Forum will contribute a lot, and wish you good and productive work today.
Thank you, Alexander, for quite inspiring words. And now let me invite Leo Litra, who is Senior Fellow at New Europe Center and the coordinator of this forum, which is more important today even, for update of last-minute changes in the programs and maybe something more even. Yeah, Leo, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the second Accession Exchange Forum. My name is Leo. I'm with the New Europe Center, and I'm happy to be part of, for the second time of this event. As Aliona already mentioned, we have slight changes in the agenda. The first change is that Deputy Prime Minister Olga Stefanishyna will be after lunch at 2 o'clock. So there's a visit of some high official currently taking place, and Olga, as well as Igor Zhovka, who is Deputy Head of the Office of President and Diplomatic Advisor of President Zelensky, have to be at the meeting now with the President. That's why Deputy Prime Minister Olga Stefanishyna will be at 2 o'clock, and Igor Zhovka will be at the concluding remarks at 5:30. So this is the updated part. Since we have, as you may see in the agenda, we designed to have 2 coffee breaks not far from each other to make sure that all the participants have enough time to do networking. This is, I think, one of the still one of the best parts of this kind of events, because aside from speech and ideas made from this place, I think people have need enough time to interact. But before going to the next coffee break, which would be the networking part, I think we have a great opportunity to have a sort of ad hoc reflection on what kind of topics we could discuss today, and what are the most pressing issues we could discuss today. And we thought that this would be a sort of warming up, an inception part of our forum, if you want. And I would like, in this regard, to ask a couple of people to say what they think would be good to talk about today. And then we'll go for coffee break, and then we start as planned with the session 2 at 11:30. So before doing this, I think Aliona already made this introduction, which was quite to the point, that we have identified during, the reflection, during the planning of this forum, that we need to tackle 3 issues. The first is how the security context affects the overall accession process, the enlargement, and I think Thomas Kleine-Brock will moderate this panel, this session, and will reflect on this more. The second issue, which is the EU reform, is becoming an increasingly important question for Ukraine. I must say I'm impressed by the fact that I keep hearing at different institutions in Ukraine reflection about what kind of QMV, what kind of decision-making should be in Europe, in the EU, because Ukraine sees itself as a future member, and they already care about these kind of issues. I think this is important. And third, and I think maybe the most important, is the reform in all of our countries, Western Balkans, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine. We have to learn a lot from the countries who are in the process for some time already. So these are the 3 questions, but there is much more. So if you allow me, I would like to hand over first for some remarks to Carmen Claudine, who is Senior Research Fellow at the CDOP in Barcelona. So Carmen, I will hand over the mic, and then we pass it to the next speaker. I think it's, yeah, it's on.
Okay. Thank you, Leo. Well, my ideas go quite in line of the last words of Sasha Sushko. We all know that the big challenge is that the candidate countries have to get ready for the enlargement, and they have to make very important and difficult homeworks at home in order to qualify. But for me, and talking from the perspective of a country who knows very well what are the benefits of integrating the EU, and from a country for which, like Spain, Ukraine, and in general, Eastern Europe is something like kind of far away, not really related to our national interests and all that. So for me, the most important challenge after the first one I just said is for us, members of the EU, also to qualify for this enlargement. That means to make our own homework. And for the people who are gathering here, my colleagues from different think tanks, I think that they would agree with me that probably one of our most important tasks in our countries is not only to offer analysis and explain the debates and all that, which is the work as usual, but now in helping to consolidate an informed national public opinion in our countries in order not only to support the decisions of our government, like for instance in Spain, where the government is for the time being very supportive of the idea of the enlargement, but in order to consolidate public opinion which will be also pushing in that direction, which is something that we are lacking in the EU. We can have sympathetical public opinion, but when it comes to the national elections, the domestic elections, it is not an issue which makes a difference. And that is something in which, an area in which we could have something to do and a role to play, to help to push in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen, for your inputs. And I would like to pass next to, not far, is Pierre Roche from France, who is teaching in UK, but he's from France. So I think we have a unique opportunity maybe to hear some ideas from both sides. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be here and very honored. A few questions I would be very interested in discussing with you all is, first, what are the first practical steps that we can envision towards accession? There are many talks about the concept of gradual or progressive accession, and I think it makes sense in this context to think about gradual accession, because it can speed the process, but at the same time without necessarily having a big leap or a brutal leap for candidate country. But one of the questions is what are the best first steps, the first sectors that we should think about in order to launch the process? And this is also a question for the candidate countries. What are the first sectors, the first steps that you would think as strategic for launching the process? More generally, I would be also interested in the question about the contribution of future member states. What kind of contribution they can provide to the European integration project. Of course, if I'm thinking about Ukraine in terms of European security, in terms of strengthening a European pillar within NATO, because I think that EU accession and NATO accession are also strongly connected, in terms of having a more geopolitical union, that's also perhaps a topic that could be interesting, and more generally also in terms of European identity, what kind of narrative that this accession process could produce. And also a question for future member states or potential future member states is, what kind of member states do you want to be? That's also something that can be interested in relation to the debate with the public opinion in existing member states. What kind of union do you want to build with us? What kind of project do you want to build? Because, as you know, the European Union is not a static system, it's an ongoing project, and you will be contributing to its definition and progress. Leo talked about qualified majority voting, the question of the institutions, and I, among many people in other member states, I also believe that the enlargement will transform the EU. It will not just transform member states. So we have to think about strengthening the institutions, strengthening the EU. And finally, I would like to echo something that Carmen already mentioned, the importance of public opinion. I come from a member state, France, that has always been very skeptical towards enlargement, has always feared enlargement as a risk of diluting the union, weakening, killing the union. But this time is different in the sense that not only the government but also the public opinion is really and sincerely in favor of, in particular for Ukraine, EU and NATO accession. But the closer we'll get to the actual decision, the more difficult this debate will be. And we have to think about a common narrative, not just a technical discussion among experts, but a narrative that we can diffuse among the general population about what it means for us to build this union together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I think this is precisely echoing the inception debate we have in Ukraine, although we are far away still from this, approaching this question in a way you approach them. However, the fact that this debate is taking place already in Ukraine is a good sign, I guess. Although we might not be on the same page on many issues, I think, and it depends very much how the war will affect. So we get back again. I don't want to spoil the first session, which will be after the coffee break. So I'll stop here and go to the next person I would like to ask to intervene, Lukasz Adamski, who is Deputy Director to Center Mierzejewska in Poland.
Thank you for the invitation. Follow up on the remarks which we have just heard, namely, the basic question I think Ukraine has to answer, Ukrainian elite, is, besides, of course, how to fulfill requirements, legal and economic requirements to be in the EU, is what kind of the EU Ukraine wants. And does Ukraine follow closely internal debate in the EU about the future of European integration? And this debate already have those debates have now strong political impact. Namely, there are German proposals which de facto say that future enlargements of the EU has to be combined, combined with the changing of voting system in the EU, with the internal reforms in the EU, pushing this, which is now a confederation, from the legal point of view, confederation of national states, into a de facto federal Europe. At least it is so perceived in my country, in Poland, by a significant part of political elites. And then, of course, there are voices which are against such approach, which means that for Ukraine, that future process of integration means also for Ukraine a necessity to incorporate into its strategy also public opinion moods in various EU countries, and Ukraine should actually take into account possible obstacles in various EU countries resulting from internal debate in those countries. In Poland now, it is no secret that because of the grain issue, which is heavily debated, as in Ukraine, I'm here for several days, and really, in the previous week I was in Poland. It is probably still a main topic of political debate. How these problems emerge, and whether the reason for those problems were emotions of politicians, conflicts of economic interests, or, as significant part of Polish commentators claim, there were also some external actors involved into this conflict. And by no way it was of course Russia, but it was rather Germany who, in this interpretation, persuade a Ukrainian elite to loosen sometimes its ties with Poland, with Poland ruled by conservative government, which is against EU reform. So I will stop here, but my main intention is to suggest that it has to be debate also in Ukraine, since future ratification of EU enlargement needs, of course, social ratification, not only legal ratification, but also political support and public opinion support for those ratification. Poland has been an advocate of enlargement of the EU for, let's say, I think 25 years. So it started to push this idea before even it became a member of the EU itself. But now, in my country, there are more and more intense debate whether the future membership of Ukraine will perhaps not strengthen the power of Germany and will not diminish the power of national states and European nations who are bearer of sovereignty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas, very much for this. Please pass the mic next to the next speaker, Dmytro Shulga, who I will ask to make a few remarks as well. But just before he prepares to speak, I think these questions you raised, and also Carmen and Pierre before, are very important, since we are lacking certain debates here in Ukraine. The one about the EU reform and what could be our contribution, what could be our joint union, which was rightly mentioned. But also I feel something that we do not, so I'm starting to criticize our own event now, which is okay for a think tanker. We do not have enough discussion about the Western Balkans. I feel this is a big gap we have to fill in the next years. And I'm happy we have few participants from the Western Balkans this year. And next year, we should bring a much bigger team of these people, because we are underestimating their experience. Either good or bad, it's a different question, but we have to cope with this. So, Dmytro, please.
Yes, actually, just to continue. I remember, like many years ago, in a peaceful Ukraine, we were joking, like, should we have some security crisis in Ukraine in order, comparing to Western Balkans, who had the accession perspective at the time of the Thessaloniki process. So should we have some security crisis in Ukraine in order for you to take seriously our bid? And eventually, I just recently heard from the Western Balkans, should we have a full-scale invasion in order for you to seriously put Balkans on track compared to Ukraine? So it's very interesting to have these perspectives as well. But I would come back maybe to the question or the panel which I will be moderating after the lunch. It's focused on really the EU domestic reform and exactly those questions which we just recently had already mentioned by distinguished colleagues. I mean, Ukraine reinvigorated enlargement, and enlargement reinvigorated debate about the internal reform of the EU. And actually, I remember several years ago, I think it was still Association Exchange Forum. It was not yet Accession Exchange Forum, but in one of the Association Exchange Forums, Michael Emerson from SEPS was speaking and presenting his ideas about staged accession, reform of the enlargement process and possibility, for instance, for new members to come to join the EU without veto right or declare that they refuse from veto right and some other things, which are kind of typical for normal members now, but kind of in the spirit of supporting the reform of the EU, which is needed. And I remember I had some conversations in Ukraine, and of course it's not that many people who are following that much the internal reform, but there were many questions like, should we support, like, should we think about ourselves already as a second-tier member? It's a big question. But basically, there's a huge discussion what's going on now as I try to follow the debate in the European Union, reinvigorated again with this Franco-German proposal.
Sure.
A very interesting paper with many interesting ideas. But as far as I understand, there is no consensus. And those Franco-German proposals are not necessarily will be, as we already hear, not will be necessarily taken, at least by some of the countries. Not will be supported. This will be probably a big issue for debate in the upcoming European elections next year. And it's a question where, I mean, this question, what will be Ukraine vision, I think it's also interesting for debate. But I think right now, Ukraine understands that we are not decision maker yet in this debate. And the most important issue for us is that this issue will not block our accession process. But anyway, I think whatever happens, when Ukraine will join the EU, if it will be reformed or not reformed, Ukraine will be a constructive member. We see examples of being not constructive in some cases of some of the countries, which impact on our interests as well. By the way, very key security interests. So that's why I think Ukraine's approach will be constructive. But what sort of constructive approach? This is a big issue. And what sort of reform will be there in the EU? It's also a big issue. So I hope we will discuss these questions in more detail and exchange perspectives, and hopefully I don't think we will reach the consensus, but actually we will reach the debate and enrich Ukrainians to understand the domestic debate in the EU, but also maybe partially at least answer the questions of colleagues from the EU on what is the Ukrainian perspective on those questions, and also of the colleagues from the Western Balkans who will be also in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmytro, actually, for adding this Ukrainian flavor to the debate, to the ideas we previously heard. And this is a big, actually, debate, I have to say. We are on live streaming, but I won't say names then. But there is a big debate of what kind of member could be Ukraine in the future. Of course, everyone thinks and hopes that it would be a constructive, but that depends a lot on the war, actually. Because if the war will continue, I think the birth of Ukrainian Gaullism is not far away from the horizon. And that could complicate a little bit the overall perspective. That's what I hear from my EU, European friends in some of the countries. Before going to coffee break, this was, I mean, the interventions with the pre-agreed people for this ad hoc session. If there is anyone who would like to say something, like who insists on saying something before we go into coffee break and thinks something was missed from this opportunity, I'll give you the chance. Jovana Morovic, former Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration of Montenegro.
Thanks, Leo. As you said, it would be good to hear somebody from the Western Balkans, because
Absolutely.
we are jointly in this process. And from the first intervention, my impression is that we are still dividing ourselves. The first thing is that the reform of the European Union has to go hand in hand with the reform of the EU enlargement process, because this is one of the most successful processes and policies in the European Union. And then also strengthening of democracy should go hand in hand in the European Union, in the Western Balkans, in all other countries in EU member states, because there is also lack of democracy in the EU member states. And the second thing, that between Ukraine and Moldova and the Western Balkans, there is no competition. There are now two enlargement processes. We are together in this, and we have to help each other in this process. So for me, these are the most important topics for this exchange forum. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Giovanna. So I think on this note, we can enjoy the coffee break and have a small talk networking. And we get back at 11:30 with the session which would be moderated by Thomas Kleine-Brockhoff, which is, I think, the stellar panel, very interesting on security. Yeah, thank you.
So, welcome to this first panel. My name is Thomas Kleine-Brockhoff with the German Marshall Fund in Berlin. What we want to discuss today is how the security environment influences, or maybe alters, speeds up, delays, whatever you think, the accession process to the EU. It is clear that we have known for quite a while since this war started that there will be no recovery without security, and there will be no security without recovery. So there is a linkage between the two. Today we want to explore the linkage between accession and the security element. Here with me to discuss Katarina Maternova, newly minted head of the delegation of the Europe.
You can call it ambassador. It's an EU ambassador.
It's an EU ambassador. I can call it ambassador.
Yeah. For some reason, there has been this mistaken way of calling it. So we're trying to.
I will put you on speakerphone so you can. It can be for live streaming purposes. So, ambassador of the delegation of the European Union.
Ambassador
well,
of the European
correction.
Union.
I'll get this right over the course of this conversation. Stanislav Sekru, National Security Advisor to the President of the Republic of Moldova. Thanks for being here. And Alexander Ilkov, the head of the Office of the European and Euro-Atlantic Integration here, the government of Ukraine, stepping in for your Geoffroy, who will be with us later, who has other government business to do, as we've heard before. Claudia Major, the German Institute of International Security Affairs, where she heads the International Security Division, and Pierre Harouche, who we've heard of before. There he is in this previous session. So, what I would like to start with is to do a little quiz here with our audience. And the question that I'd like to just raise hands for me to see where you are on this. Now, the war has clearly been an accelerator of the EU process so far, but will it be in the future, or will it delay or inhibit even the membership? So if you are in the camp of those that say it will speed things up, please raise your hands now. Panel, keep it down. We want to do this panel. We'll do the panel thereafter. See how the panel does it. So once again, please hands up if you think in future, not in past, but in future, it will speed things up. Hands up. Okay. Security, environment, war will inhibit or delay the process. Hands up, please. Okay, that's clearly fewer. But we're not of all the same opinion. Okay, important to note. Now let me ask that same question on the panel. Will it speed up the process, or will it inhibit? If you're speed up, hands up now. Okay, 3 speed up, and in the future, delay or inhibit? Hands up. Okay, I don't see hands, but I don't have 5 opinions here. Madam Ambassador, is that a coincidence? Okay, so I think we have a pretty good sense that this is a real issue that we'll be discussing here. And I want to ask the National Security Advisor from Moldova first. So please give us a perspective in just a couple of minutes from Moldova, how that security environment, from your perspective, intimately linked with this process and your own ambition. How is that seen from your country?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invite. It's nice to be in Kyiv. Second, I would like to congratulate Ambassador Maternova for taking over the position. If I think about someone, I cannot imagine a better person to do this job. On the war, I would like to state the position of Moldova. We strongly condemn the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and we strongly sustain territorial integrity of Ukraine. It's fully recognized in its internationally recognized borders. Now, the link between war and accession, the view from Moldova, I think first, we changed our perception about enlargement, about the accession process. Initially and mostly, we were thinking about it in terms of transformation, economic development of the country. Since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, obviously the security dimension of the process became much stronger and more important for us. And we see the accession to EU not only as a chance to transform country, but also to secure our energy sector, to improve our cyber security, to improve our economic security, and security in other fields. Second element, the war and accession, is that for us, European integration became a more urgent issue. We don't have a lot of time. We see that we have in front of us two scenarios. Either we are aggressively swallowed by authoritarian power, or we secure our democracy and freedom inside the European Union. And we don't have decades to do accession. We have only a bit of time to make progress and to join European Union. Our president sets the goal that by 2030 we must be prepared to join European Union. And all the actions we did since the full-scale invasion, application, rapidly replying to questionnaire, mobilizing our bureaucracy to fulfill the steps submitted by EU Commission, mobilization for potentially positive decision to have a follow-up immediately, everything demonstrates on our side the urgency of European integration from Moldova. Third element of impact of aggression on Ukraine and how we see the accession process is the fact that we have to do two things simultaneously. We have to defend ourselves against constant waves of hybrid attacks on Moldova, which stretches the capacity of public administration to the limit. But at the same time, we need these capacities to do reforms. Yeah? And I don't remember any other candidates who would like to join EU, who would have to defend against severe national security threats and at the same time to pursue European integration. I think this requires adjustments in the accession process. This requires probably more assistance on EU side to help us to secure ourselves internally. We receive a lot of assistance. But again, the power or stakeholders in the system who are abroad or inside Moldova, they oppose to reforms not necessarily only for material reasons, not because they want to protect their financial illegal operations, but because there are geopolitical interests behind these attempts to derail our European integration. And the geopolitical reasons are more powerful than the material reasons in this case. So we face a much bigger resistance than probably candidates in the previous waves of enlargement. Probably the last element, we look at the accession process, not only the way that we receive assistance to get into the EU, we see the process through which we demonstrate through practical examples that we, as a future member state, EU member state, will be showing solidarity with other EU member states or states who are on their path towards EU. And for us, it's really important to demonstrate, and we do it every day, For instance, extending our capacity, and we are joining international coalition to do demining, training for Ukrainian deminers. We extending solidarity lines. We are aligning with more EU sanction regimes, and we are becoming much closer partner in terms of common and foreign security policy. We as well increasing our participation in peacekeeping operations. The signal we are sending is that we are acting as a de facto EU member state, and will be a EU member state who is responsible and taking its responsibility seriously and contributes to solutions, and not only consumes the security which is provided by EU and EU member states. I think I will stop here, but I will be happy to add a few details if
yes, and
need be.
Probably in the second round we'll come back to the question of how you look at that war and the war's influence. I want to turn to Claudia Major. My question to you is probably, are we even talking about the right thing here? Are we asking the right question when we're saying how is the war influencing EU accession? Isn't NATO coming before that? Isn't there? What's the linkage here in the question of that accession influence that we're discussing today?
Thank you, Thomas, and thanks for inviting me to Kiev. It's great to be here. I actually agree. I think that we should think the two processes, NATO accession and EU accession, we need to think them more together, because they're, for me, deeply integrated and interlinked. Three brief points. The first is, if we look at the war, because that's the main question you asked initially, Thomas, the war has accelerated both processes in a way, for me, unthinkable before. If you look back to the Vilnius summit, we might not be happy with the result of the NATO summit, but if we remember back in spring 2023, in March or April, nobody talked about NATO accession of Ukraine in a serious way. And from that perspective, the result of the Vilnius summit, even if most of us would have wished for more clarity, is actually interesting. So we have a clear accession of the acceleration of the accession process. What I tend to think is that we have a kind of big boost in the process, and that comes back to the initial question, which goes now down to a more normal speed. And the big challenge is actually to keep that speed. So big acceleration, but now back to normal speed of an accession process. The second point is indeed, as you said, I tend to think that not only NATO and EU accession are linked, I would even say that NATO accession is a precondition for successful EU accession. Not only because security and economic order are linked, you need a stable framework for economic and infrastructure reconstruction. So they are deeply interlinked. Without a secure framework, we will be struggle, or there will be big struggle to get particularly private finances to come in. So that's the first. The secure framework is needed for economic reconstruction on the bigger scale. The second is that the EU clearly has a security dimension with Article 42.7. That is, at least on paper, a security guarantee like NATO, at least on paper. In the moment, the EU countries are not able to honor Article 42.7. So in order to be actually able to have this security guarantee, we need the NATO framework. So that's why, for me, it's clear that NATO accession actually needs to precede an EU accession. And if you look back to the past, and you look to the last enlargement rounds in the 90s, NATO accession always preceded EU accession, for example, for the Baltic countries and Poland. Last point, and that's a really important one, if you talk about accession, NATO has to be ready for accession, as the EU has to be ready. And there are mainly 2 points we need to focus on. And the first is cohesion and unity. The Vilnius result was a Vilnius result as we know it because NATO was not united. There were some countries who didn't agree on a clear invitation. So the unity of all NATO allies and the cohesion is crucial. And that also means that no ally should try to use Ukraine to solve its bilateral issues. I'm thinking about this morning. So I find it terribly important that NATO countries agree with each other and find the cohesion. If we remember the Swedish accession process to NATO, which is still not over, That's a big risk. NATO cannot afford a second process like that. So unity is extremely important. And the military capacity to act to NATO. If Ukraine is to be integrated into NATO, that means a total adaptation of the defense planning, posture, and command structures. And as we all know, so far, it to a large extent highly depends upon American contributions. So this is not a reason to say no, it's just a reason to explain why NATO accession needs as much preparation as the EU accession. And that there is a lot of homework, particularly for the European states. But again, I think the key message for me here is to say, if NATO allies don't work on that cohesion and unity, we have a major issue.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you raised your hand first in the "this will speed up" department in future. Now, we've already heard one caveat from Claudia Major, which is, well, there is something called NATO accession, even in her terms, a precondition. So what makes you think that it will be speeding up? As Claudia said, it's come back to normal. Now, normal in Ukrainian years, it means forever. Tell me.
Yeah, thank you very much. I very much agree with Claudia in the sense that, first, I think that the prospect would not even be in the agenda without the war. If it was just for the economic and legal convergence, it would remain a long-term prospect. This enlargement, and I agree with Claudia that both EU and NATO are deeply connected, so this enlargement for the EU is, in essence, a geopolitical enlargement, and it is justified as such. It's not for deepening the single market. The objective is to create a rampart against Russian influence and to get some countries in so that they are not prey, they're no longer prey for Russian attack. And that's the main argument, which was not so high in the agenda just a few years before. So, and the second point I also wanted to underline is the connection between the two. And that's why I think that some of the agenda for EU accession should be also to contribute to the so-called European pillar within NATO. Because I think there is an interdependence between the two projects. And what is the European pillar within NATO? Basically, it's the argument, it's making concrete the idea that there is a strong European contribution within NATO and that it's not just a task for US forces. And that can contribute to alleviate some fears and reluctance in Washington vis-à-vis NATO membership, because many decision makers in Washington have that fear that it could hinder U.S. margin for maneuver at the global level if the U.S. commitment in Europe was deepened, and they want to increase their margin for maneuver. And for the EU, I think that this war has illustrated that there is now a clear division of labor, even clearer than in the past between the EU and NATO, because the EU has some budgetary and industrial instruments that NATO doesn't have, which allow it to contribute precisely to the construction of this European pillar within NATO. And I just want to add that this is something that we can already have in mind when thinking about this concept of progressive accession. I'm thinking about the origins of European integration between France and Germany. The argument at the beginning in the 1950s was that not everything could be decided overnight, not everything could be integrated immediately, but integration had to start with a decisive and symbolic sector. And I think that security and defense, in the case of Ukraine accession in particular, could be an important first step. And an idea that I'm willing to explore and discuss is that it could be a good first step in the accession process to have an agreement between the European Union and Ukraine for the integration of Ukraine within the defense part of this single market and into the EU industrial defense instruments, so that there is already a co-construction of this European pillar within NATO. And this is something we mentioned in the previous discussion. We shouldn't wait that Ukraine is a EU and NATO member to have this joint reflection about what do we want to do together. This starts now. And I think that Ukraine has already shown, not just in the way it conducts this war, but also in terms of its innovative skills, also in the industrial sector, that it can contribute a lot to the European reflection. It would not just be a recipient from support. So I think this is a task that we should already conduct together.
So would I be brutalizing your point if I said the diktat of the geopolitical is the main factor that creates the speed and will continue to create the speed?
I wouldn't call it a diktat, but I think yes, and actually there is a convergence, because the Union is also becoming geopolitical for many other reasons connected to the evolution of the global landscape and so on. Let's think about how many economic instruments are becoming more geo-economic. How the European Commission is calling itself a geopolitical commission. So there is, I would say, a convergence between the evolution of the identity of the Union and the nature of this enlargement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ambassador Matanova. I got that right.
You got it.
So you've already heard a couple of perspectives on this, actually divergent perspectives. What's yours?
Well, first, thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm sorry I gave you a hard time about the title, but
I'm already used to that.
Exactly. We have a long history of very useful debates, and it's really been an honor yesterday to be able to submit my letters of credentials to President Zelensky, and it's really an honor to be here. Some of you may know I have been dealing with Ukraine for many, many years, since 2015, but being here and being able to contribute to what hopefully will be geopolitical enlargement is really an immense and humbling pleasure and honor. What is my perspective? I did not raise my hand just because, and I'm glad I didn't, because there is one element that ties all of these things together. And I very much subscribe to the notion that if it wasn't for the unfortunate and tragic escalation of the war, the invasion of 24th of February of last year, we wouldn't be discussing this. That is very clear. Because for all the obvious reasons and the lack of consensus on EU enlargement previously. I mean, Claudia spoke about the importance of unity and consensus and cohesion, and there wasn't one before that, and so it was only the war that created the proximate cause for that consensus. But one element which was extremely important in the positive assessment of last June by the leaders, an invitation to Moldova and Ukraine as candidate members, and Georgia getting the European perspective, was based on the internal transformations in the countries. If we didn't go, and this is, I really want to repeat this and will repeat this publicly everywhere, thanks to the fact that we had the very deep association agreements, trade agreements that went through a panoply of domestic reforms with huge emphasis on governance, rule of law, anti-corruption, building of institutions, building of regulatory regimes, already for a number of years, there would not have been even the basis to discuss that. So what I want to bring into this debate is the diktat, the vector will be geopolitics, and I very much like your idea, Pierre, of starting actually from the security angle, because I very much agree with both of you that the link between NATO and the security arrangements and guarantees and the enlargement are connected. But so the vector is geopolitics, but to be able to get there is the continuation and even speeding up of the reforms internally in Ukraine. Let's not forget the Vilnius summit in the declaration got language on reforms. We are busily discussing the leaked paper by the US that was published in Europejska Pravda. We have my colleagues from the Commission coming next week to discuss a reform plan on Ukraine to be part of the basis for the financing of the next 4 years. In other words, this is an element which the geopolitics will drive it, but this is an element without which you're not going to move on the geopolitics either. And for a very simple reason. Certainly, I'm not an expert on NATO, but certainly within the European Union, it's such a complex entity or series of entities that a country of the size of Ukraine, and then you have Moldova, you have Georgia, you have the Western Balkans, even in the enlargement process of Turkey, it's such a complex animal, the EU, that you really need to have reformed countries to come in. Otherwise, the system would be under threat as such. So I just wanted to bring this element in, and I am very big fan of actually making steps on the way rather than this, you just keep reforming and then the big payoff is the day of enlargement. That worked with the 2004 and 7 and 13. But now, especially after the experience over the past 10 years with the Balkans, that's not going to cut it anymore. So I think it is really incumbent upon us to come up with steps in between. And I didn't think of what Pierre suggested before. Perhaps that's a way of bridging the two institutions and building on that. But I wanted to bring the reform and the importance of the reforms domestically to the discussion.
Thank you. Now we have one Ukrainian on this panel, Alexander Ilkov. Now we've previously agreed, I should disclose that, and he has graciously agreed to go last for a purpose. And the purpose is he can now clean up from a Ukrainian perspective all the things these other Europeans have put forward, and you can bend them or even correct them, disagree with them if you like, from your perspective. You're also allowed to agree, of course.
Good morning, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be here today. Today's discussion takes place on the eve of very important events. You know that very soon the European Commission will publish its enlargement package report, and in December the European Council has to decide on the start of negotiations with the candidate countries. Many years ago we looked at the European future of Ukraine as it's something that is far on the horizon, and today we understand that European Ukraine is no longer a dream, and moreover the ambitious goal of EU enlargement is also already a reality. I think that historical times lead to historical decisions. The European Union was formed as a response to the war, World War II. The largest wave of the European Union enlargement was a response to the collapse of the Soviet Union and the fall of Berlin Wall. And right now, again, the background of the full-scale aggression against Ukraine, the issue of enlargement of the European Union is the only possible response for preserving the values on which the European Union was established. However, I think that this process, which now takes place, has its own peculiarities. First, it's extremely high speed and intensity. You know that just on the 5th day after the beginning of full-scale aggression against Ukraine, Ukraine applied to join the European Union. And just a few days after that, this decision was followed by Moldova and Georgia. In June 2022, we were already granted by the status of candidate, and now we are on the verge of making a decision on the start of accession talks. Second, the speed does not mean a reduction of quality. Now will be a quote, accession is merit-based and the Commission will always defend this principle. The President of European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, clearly noted this in her 2023 State of Union address. And Ukraine also fully understands this. For example, implementation of the 7 recommendations of European Commission are powerful steps towards the rule of law, democracy, and human rights. The same approach, notably financial aid in exchange for reforms, is reflected in microfinancial assistance aid of the European Union to Ukraine. And you know that this approach will be even strengthened within the framework of the new instrument, Ukraine Facility, which will be implemented by the European Union. We also already started our active work on the third criteria, alignment with EU acquis. We know that Ukraine was the first country which started the process of self-screening. We already analyzed more than 28,000 acts of acquis, identified that more than 3,000 should be implemented into Ukrainian legislation. The next step will be a preparation of the national program for adaptation of acquis, forming a negotiation position, strengthening the capacity of our institutions. And the third, perhaps the most important feature of the current European integration process in our country is the fact that the future is unity regarding the fact that the future of Ukraine is in the European Union. You know that more than 92% of Ukrainians supporting Ukraine's joining the European Union. And no one in Ukraine has the right to override this will of Ukrainian society. And I want to assure you that now as never before, Ukrainian government, Ukrainian parliament, and the president are united in their will to realize this will of Ukrainian people as soon as possible. Probably you heard about the recent exchange of the statements by the parliament and the government, that both government and parliament told that they successfully implemented almost all recommendations of the European Commission, and it's a very good example of healthy
competence, but I have to to tell you frankly that there is some more steps that Parliament still needs to make.
Anything that you've heard that you would like to comment on your colleagues from the different institutions and countries?
I think that all of us reflected on the same things. We agreed that despite the full-scale aggression, there will not be any gap in speeding of our process of European integration. And I think that colleagues from Moldova and Her Excellency also agree on this.
Now, okay, so let me try a second question on you. You've all tried to, in your reasoning, harmonize so the geopolitical vector, as you put it, with quality and merit-based. What if this, as many people increasingly believe, is a long war? How does the long war influence this process? Because, of course, the security environment is not improving under these conditions, and that can also affect the ability to act inside the country and within the European Union. And how, if so?
Indeed, the prospect of a long war is a scary one for everybody, most notably the defenders and people in Ukraine and the policymakers. But the tragedy of it actually creates, I'm not saying it's bad to use the word opportunity when we are talking about a tragic situation like the war, but it creates a possibility to actually have consensus and push through processes and reforms that in a peacetime are harder to find consensus on. And the reason why I'm saying that is that the one and many public opinions show that the one thing that has changed during the war are societal expectations of the public, and sort of thinking we are not losing our boys and girls to go back to the old Ukraine, right? To go to the oligarchical Ukraine and to go to business as usual. We are defending our land, but we want a new Ukraine, and that creates an environment in which, in fact, in the last 18 months, there have been major transformational steps taken. I mean, it's quite extraordinary that Ukraine is taking really fundamental reform steps at the same time as it's fighting a war. I mean, it's really a remarkable resilience, both of the society and of the institutions. They grew, they sort of got strengthened as part of the war. Now, I am afraid that if it were to be really long, if we are talking about multiple year, that dynamic may break down. So I really hope that we are not going to get to that. And I think that us as the international community have agency in this.
You've referred to the domestic Ukrainian process and its impressive resilience. Is that also true do you mean to say that is also true for the member states?
Well, I think that there is more recognition now than it was at the beginning that Ukraine is really fighting our war. For that is not only a Ukrainian war, that it is a European war for that Ukraine has to win. Otherwise, it's not only that Ukraine got aggressed, the international order got aggressed, right? The rule-based order that we have all grew up under. I mean, I grew up under behind the Iron Curtain, but still that order lasted and survived the falling of the Iron, not falling, raising of the Iron Curtain, falling of the wall, and sustained us. And now it has broken apart. So, from that perspective, I think there is much more recognition among the member states of the need to help Ukraine win.
Much more recognition, but there's also Ukraine fatigue. What about that one? Anybody?
Yeah, this is an important question, and I'm not sure. You could have the argument that the longer the war, the more fatigue you will have among allies, whether in Europe or the United States and so on. I'm not completely sure that the correlation works like that. And if I look at the polls, for instance, in my country, in France, it's interesting to notice that actually support for Ukraine membership in EU, NATO, support for weapon delivery and so on, is higher in the summer than it was in the winter. And I think the key variable here is not so much the length of the war, it's the feeling that Ukraine is, has the upper hand, is victorious. And that can come and go, and that's something you have to look at. But I think that when public opinion has the impression that the initiative, the dynamic is on the Russian side, there might be some kind of fatigue like, why are we doing that? Because eventually they will have to find a compromise, and they will have to surrender to Russian demands. But when there is an impression that actually we're investing in victory, the numbers rise again. So I'm not saying that it is easy and that public opinion is not a factor that can be an obstacle to this maintained support, but I'm not sure it strictly follows the logic of the longer the war, the worse the situation
But
is.
you've introduced a new interesting element. Is not only the length of the war, but the outcome of and the ebbs and flows, if we're not talking about outcome of the war, will also influence the willingness to go forward and forward quickly on processes. I think, sir, you wanted to come in as well.
Yeah, I would like to react. Moldova cannot allow itself for a fatigue, because what Ukraine does, from our perspective, is not only self-defense, but it's a forward defense of Moldova. Because Ukraine resists, Russians cannot reach by military means the territory of Moldova. And as long as they cannot reach, we have chance to do European integration. So no fatigue in Moldova on Ukraine. We will continue to support it as long as it needs. Second point, on what Ambassador Maternova mentioned, on the reforms and the importance of reforms. We have an understanding that the process was triggered by a geopolitical earthquake. But at the same time, it's important to do reforms which make us stronger from inside. 2 weeks ago, Madam President chaired the session of the National Commission on European Integration, around 2 hours. Believe me, we discussed in details what has been done, what we have to do, and how fast. So basically, on the top level, there is a focus on delivering on the reforms, and not only because it was a recommendation from EU, but as well to do for our own interest. Third element, our Ukrainian colleagues conducted impressive exercise of self-screening, and we would like to get in contact and to learn from Ukrainian friends how to do it, because we are preparing to do the same. And 2 more points. We look at the EU, and this war transforms EU from inside. What type of security actor EU is. there are new defense initiatives there. And we would like to join not only single European market, but we would like to join European security space and to join as many programs, new initiatives which are emerging in this field. We would like to be part of this story. We welcome the invitation from Moldova to join and benefit from IDIRPA program, for instance. We would like to be part of all these security programs, initiatives which are open to candidate states. And the last point, we have unsolved conflict on our territory. So far it was peaceful for 30 years. We don't think that unsolved conflict is an obstacle for full integration of Republic of Moldova to European Union, in line with the statement of High Representative in this sense. We will do our best to extend benefits of European integration to citizens living on the left bank of river. We'll do best to conduct peaceful reintegration, but this process is not an obstacle if it's not fulfilled. It's not an obstacle for us to join fully European Union. These are processes in parallel, but the process of resolving conflict is not determining our place in the European Union. I will stop here.
Yeah, I also agree that we should do what we are doing now. We have two major streams. Our armed forces are doing their best on the battlefield, and we in our civil life have also to make all our efforts to progress towards our EU integration. I think that approach, wait by the river till the corpse of your enemy drifts, is not ours.
Okay, so I'll have one more question, I think, for Claudia and Pierre, and then we'll go to the audience. But Claudia, you want to come on this one as well?
Or maybe you ask a question and I link it all together.
Okay, I'll do that. Now we're talking, of course, war means the Russian attack on Ukraine. But accession means Ukrainian accession, at least that's how we've been talking, and we're also hearing from Moldova here. But is this war and is the security environment now creating a package deal? You, in a previous intervention, Pierre, you've talked about the changed perspective in your country towards Ukrainian accession. Does that include the package, or does that include Ukraine?
You mean
No, I'm asking Pierre for now, and if you want, come in right after that, Claudia, if you.
happy to touch upon that, but I want to come back on this fatigue issue. I think we kid ourselves if we don't recognize that the longer the war goes, the more difficult it will be to get political support. There might be ups and downs, but the long-term perspective, it's not going to be easy in neither of the European countries, maybe except the Baltic countries and Poland, but the further we go away, the more difficult it will be. And even if you get the political attention, that this attention is translated into clear military, financial, economic support is a different story. So I'm very worried about the long-term perspective, particularly if you look ahead of elections in major countries, not only the US, but a long list of European countries' elections coming up. But then, and that comes back to what we have discussed before, what is then the tasking or the conclusions for EU and NATO? And I think that's even more flexibility, creativity, and courage. Courage is a big word, I know. So let me try to say what I mean with more flexibility or creativity. You mentioned the EU criteria of territorial dispute. We have the same in NATO. The political criteria for NATO 95 is absence of territorial conflicts. If you take that as a total condition, you give Russia a veto over Ukraine's NATO membership. So the question is how flexible and creative NATO countries can be if they are ready and Ukraine is ready to touch upon that criterion. There are many options on the table, looking back to the German case, for example, in the 1950s. So I think that's what I mean with more flexibility. Without, and that's the danger, without going on a sidetrack. I see a big difference between the EU accession process and the NATO accession process. If you're on the EU track, you do your criteria, you do your catalogue, but you're on the EU track. For NATO, it's different. We have the G7 Plus Declaration of Vilnius, which I think is a wonderful document because it tries to anchor Ukraine in the Western structures. But we should not take these security arrangements, as good as they are, as a substitute to NATO membership. So if you compare NATO and EU, with NATO you always have the temptation to go on a sidetrack. But to be clear, there is a very clear difference between security arrangements as promised in the Vilnius G7 declaration and security guarantees. It's a difference between a partner whom you help and an ally whom you defend. And I think one of the challenges I see ahead is to strengthen and implement the G7 declaration as much as you can without developing it silently into a substitute for NATO membership. So I think have this kind of mixture of flexibility, creativity, but still courage in a long-term perspective is one of the key challenges I see.
Okay, so we've added another element to the puzzle and to the complexity here, that the security environment is not just the relationship between EU accession and NATO accession, but also the relationship to the structure created in Vilnius through the G7 declaration. Now, can you tie these together? Back to my initial question, Pierre, as to, are we talking Ukraine or are you talking package deal? And how does the war affect that? Is it a convoy? Is it a package? Is it Inkene? How is that in your country?
Yeah, thank you. There is a clear connection. And for instance, when the European Political Community Summit was held in Moldova, there was also this strong sense that there was also a challenge, there was also a geopolitical battle fought in this country. We have also witnessed demonstrations in Georgia in which civil society was mobilized against laws perhaps influenced or suggested by pro-Russian elements. So, yeah, there is a coherence in this whole package, and I think that the argument according to which there can be no gray zone today, there is no longer any prospect for a buffer zone between the European Union and Russia, and that everything that you left out will be a prey, will be vulnerable. This is, I think, a strong argument that can be useful not just for Ukraine but for the whole package. And no, I'll stop here. Yeah.
Good moment to stop and bring in the audience. You've already had some time to think about questions. I have a first hand. I think there is a microphone here somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. It'll be with us in a second. It's being collected as we speak. Right here, lady in the first row here. One sentence of introduction, please.
Irina Solonenko from the Center for Liberal Modernity in Berlin. We are honored to be a partner of this forum. Very brief comment before I ask question to Katarina Maternova. Congratulations on your appointment as well. So you were asking about whether security will accelerate accession, and then Katarina made a link between reforms and accession. And what I see in Ukraine, that security challenges have increased demand in the society in Ukraine for reforms. And this in turn increased pressure on the president, on the decision makers in Ukraine to accelerate reforms. So there are many linkages here between security environment, reforms which have been accelerated, and accession. And the question to you, you mentioned, Katarina Martinova, you mentioned that you see the accession negotiations going hand in hand or parallel to real integration taking place. And this is we are not waiting until full accession, right? As far as I understand, there are now a lot of ideas, staged accession and others, ideas that Ukraine can be gradually integrated into the EU. For instance, in certain sectors, in parallel to accession negotiations. As far as I got, you also meant this. And so my question would be, if you see this as a possibility for Ukraine to become a part of single market in certain sectors, in parallel to accession negotiations taking place, which means also joining EU institutions, configurations of council in these sectors without maybe a speaking role, but to understand the agenda, for instance. Yeah, this is my question.
Did we do a few?
Yes, we only have one so far, so please indicate to me that you have questions. There is more, so I'll take Alina in the second. So, sir, here, lady here in the second row. Alina, introduce yourself, please.
Alina Inay with the German Marshall Fund. I want to introduce another element to the puzzle that Tomas is trying to build, which is the need for reform, the potential of need for reform, but not for Ukraine and Moldova, but for the European Union. There are some, and I'm one of them, who believe that in order for the European Union to integrate Ukraine especially, it needs to reform. It needs to reform in many domains. First of all, agriculture to start with, but not only. So this is another element that will slow down or at least complicate the process. And I'd be interested in seeing how this is to be addressed. And second element, which is not only the need for reform, and it's not only fatigue of Europe, but also some countries in Europe, an increasing number of countries in Europe, see their own domestic interests, national interests, threatened by the integration of Ukraine. Of course, I'm talking about the 5 countries that see the grain deal as, and everything related to it as a threat through their economic interests. That, again, I think complicates the picture, and it's interesting to be taken into consideration. And last but not least, Claudia, you mentioned that no country that has a military conflict on its territory can can enter NATO, which is true, but also the Franco-German document that was just released 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, suggests the same criteria for accession to the EU. So that's another element that I think further complicates the puzzle that Tomas are trying to build.
Okay, so the first question, we'll take these two because it's really already a complex picture that the questions are asking to solve, to get at. The first was at Katarina Matenova, and I think the second is probably for everyone, including Katarina. So why don't you start, and then we'll broaden.
Thank you very much. Both very valid points that the reforms need to be both on the side of the EU and on the side of the countries that are trying to enter. I'll get to that in a second. There is already, and that's why I mentioned these, association agreements and these long name DCFTAs, whatever. There is already, in the case of Ukraine, the possibility of entering single market already in the current structure, which is a possibility that's not the case for any of the other associate members, because since the Ukrainian one was the last adopted, it's actually more far-reaching, and we are in fact looking at Ukraine becoming part of the roaming agreement, as well as in some of the other digital areas, a member of the single market earlier. So this is just, this is obviously a very small step compared to anything that could be called gradual enlargement or gradual integration, but there is active thinking about how to do this, because I think everybody recognizes that the full membership is going to take time, and one needs to build. There is no answer yet, but this is very much an active thinking, and an area where I believe that a lot of the think tanks and also people inside the system will have thoughts on. Now, very much agree, Alona, that the EU needs to reform. But I would not think that agriculture, for example, is the most challenging. No, the most challenging is the decision-making process in an enlarged EU. And I would go even further. The threat, sure, there is a threat from Ukraine grain, etc. And this is not the first time. I mean, there are going to be issues like this, of course, popping up. But I think, and I'm looking at Pierre whether he would agree, the threat of Ukraine coming in is in the inevitable eastward shift in the power balance that would result. The 2004 enlargement didn't imbalance the power where it was. Believe me, I've been in the system. It's firmly where it was before the 2004 enlargement. I don't think that would be really the same consequence if Ukraine were to enter the EU. And these are real, these are real issues. These are real constraints. For example, decision-making, even the deliberative process that we have inside the EU at 27 is already complicated. It's already very, very cumbersome, very complicated. We manage because we get things done. But if you were to increase it by 10 or 5, it probably would, break it would be the straw that would break the camel's back. So I don't think the sectoral issues or even the financial issues are really the heart of the anxiety. So that's why the reform of the institutional reform and policy reform of the EU needs to go hand in hand, because these are real. I mean, these are real constraints in a complex institutional setup as the European Union has.
That sounds like a pretty comprehensive answer. Anybody else, anything to add to that? I'm looking around me. If you, well, here's your moment, Pierre.
Okay, just a couple of historical references that I think can be interesting in the context of those debates. First, about the institutional reforms. When Poland celebrated, and also other countries celebrated the National Day in the 3rd of May, which celebrates the 1791 Constitution, which was in a way a patriotic and anti-Russian constitution. I wrote an article about this experience and the links that existed between this experience and the EU institutional reform discussion, because what was interesting in this constitution was that it abolished the veto right in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth Parliament, because it was believed that the veto right was actually something that paralyzed the two nations republic, in particular in the face of external geopolitical threats. And I have looked at the wording of this constitution. It is very strong. It says we abolish the veto right forever because it is destructive of society. And this is the declaration that the Polish people celebrate every 3rd of May as the first constitution, and also it is actually the first written constitution in Europe. So I think it is a nice historical experience, because this is also the kind of problem we have today. We know that with a veto right, it is the right to vote for external powers, and we know that it happens sometimes. The other historical experience I wanted to mention is related to the debate on territorial disputes. And this is just a parallel. In the 1950s, when there was a debate about West Germany NATO membership, there were many people in France who argued that the moment West Germany is in NATO, we will be in World War III, because the first decision of West Germany would be to try to invade Eastern Germany, to try to reconquer its lost territories in the East. So we should never be in an alliance with the Germans because they will entrap us in a war. That's just the comparison.
Yes, you may. I just want to be short because I want to do one more round, if I may, Claudia.
Very quickly to Alina. I think I just wanted to underline that this Franco-German paper is no government paper. It's a paper from an expert group, and it has not been endorsed as a Franco-German official paper. I think it's really important to underline. So that's not the official German position. I would be delighted to see many other experts group coming up with such a paper, so there are others on the table, you know. But actually it brings me back to the point, and that nicely links to what Pierre said about creativity. And the German example actually goes further than what Pierre just said, because Western Germany had at that time the state objective of unification. And when they entered NATO, in a big network of treaties, Parisian treaties and others, Germany had to sign that they will not follow that objective of unification with military means. And if they were to do so, Article 5 would not apply. Combined with a rather complicated network of the German basic law, the constitution and others, it enabled Germany to join NATO in 1955, but particularly after unification, the eastern parts, so Eastern Germany, actually to join the treaties Western Germany was already part of and to become a member of NATO. So if you want to think about creative solutions, there are many examples on the table that are actually really inspiring. You can never actually take one-to-one because the geopolitical situation is so totally different. But if it's about possibilities to actually, how would I call it, frame this criteria of territorial disputes, if you want to have a solution, they are. And I think that's the main message I want to bring around. But it's not NATO only, but it's a kind of bigger network of treaties and agreements you need to envisage. But together with many other things in Germany, it actually worked. So there's something we could take inspiration from.
Okay, I want to take one last, probably larger round of questions. Please don't ask 3 or 4 questions. Maybe ask one question because we have several. There was the gentleman in the back, there was the lady in the first row, and there was the gentleman in the second row. And if there's nobody else, first, second, third, that's your group.
Sergei Sidorenko, European Pravda. I'd like to focus on what Stanislav said about possibility to become a full-fledged EU member without solving territorial conflicts. I would not shy to say that in Ukraine, this public position of Moldovan authorities are well perceived as quite dubious. We are, or at least many of us think that it's rather a trick. But maybe we are wrong. And I would like other participants of the panel to share their view. Claudia is rather, as far as I understand, supporting that. Maybe others have other views. So is that possible in current reality that the EU would be allowed by member states to take a final step in integration of the country, both Moldova and Ukraine, without solving territorial conflict with Russia? Thank you.
Okay, that's a clear question. Territorial conflicts hindering the final step, question mark. That raises the Cyprus specter.
Nona Michailidis, Senior Fellow at the Institute for International Affairs in Rome. My question is about the European political community initiative launched by France. I saw, by the way, that Moldova hosted one of the summits of the EPC. I want just to understand what is the reasoning behind the objective of the forum, behind the Macron's initiative, because there are some fears that it adds more to the strategic ambiguity to the EU existence of this forum, and that it serves to create an initiative which will turn kind of an alternative to the real accession process. So I was wondering what was your take on this?
Okay. The European community, political community as an alternative, question mark. And the third question.
So simply a short clarification, namely the Constitution of 1791 cancelled the veto right since people living between Dnieper, Vistula and in Vilnius felt themselves one political community, one political nation. And therefore they really think that veto right is obsolete. But the problem is that the European Union is not one political nation. It consists of many European nations, and of course I believe that it will consist of also of Ukrainian nations. So it is rather not the situation which you should compare with 18th century, but with 16th century where actually this veto right was introduced to protect interests of every country within the Commonwealth. And why it is the constitution was anti-Russian? It is like you could claim that Maidan revolution was 2013, 2014 was anti-Russian. No, it was for independence. Thank you.
Okay. You'll get a chance to get no answer. Then we'll have two questions: European political community and territorial conflicts hindering a final step of EU accession? Question mark. One at my right side here.
I think Claudia expressed clearly that by accepting the fact that these countries cannot join EU until they solve the conflict is just giving the veto right to Russia to decide what happens to these countries on their path towards the European Union. Secondly, we think that the closer Moldova gets to EU, the better are perspectives to deal with this conflict peacefully. Third,
can you explain that? Why that is?
Yes, because it introduces a powerful economic dynamic. Transnistria region, separatist region, is already exporting 70% of its goods to European market, and it relies to around 40%, if not more, to imports from European market. Yeah? The closer Moldova proper gets to EU, the more powerful economic dynamic, which makes Transnistrian region closer connected to European Union. I think that this will be a beneficial dynamic as well for Ukraine. The fact that Moldova will join EU and will generate the powerful effect to bring gradually Transnistria in the political, economic and legal field of Republic of Moldova. On EPC, I will not explain the reasons because I think those who initiated the process have to, but we were happy to host the summit, the first big event on such scale organized by Republic of Moldova. It helped us to build some important links with EU member states who helped us to provide security of this event. We gained important experience in this field. Third, what we see that on the level of EPC, there are initiatives for all participants of this format to deal jointly with some security issues of common interest. For instance, energy security. There is a thinking how to join efforts to do something on cybersecurity. And obviously, for us, these are issues of interest, and we would like to participate in any initiatives which will be approved on the level of VPC.
Thank you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Sviatoslav that nevertheless, we understand that we are now facing unprecedented and very challenging conditions, but let's say any excuses in terms of this will be only in favor of Russia. I agree with this absolutely. As for European political community, we do not perceive this as an alternative for our Euro integration aspirations, but only as another platform which will help all candidate states to discuss the most important issues of security and defense on the whole European continent. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to go around because these will be the last words from our panel, so I want to give everybody a chance. Claudia and then Pierre, and as is appropriate, Ambassador Matarnova has the last word.
Okay.
Maybe just a quick on this territorial conflict. I think there's one difference between territorial conflict and open war. And you can, I think, if I'm only talking about NATO, it is, I think, with creativity and flexibility possible to deal with that criteria, but not in the high intensity war. So I think I would make that difference. But again, only talking about NATO and not about the EU. I think maybe just as a last word to echo what the ambassador said earlier about or just to underline what she said about the policy and institutional reforms that are necessary for the EU to actually be able to welcome new members. This has, I tend to think, a public dimension in that in most European countries we have an enormous rise in EU skepticism. And if the EU is not able to show that it is able to reform together and kind of reform for the greater good, the skepticism towards EU cooperation and integration will even grow. So I think we have, beyond the political and institutional reform, an enormous responsibility in terms of public perception that makes the reform question so urgent, looking inside the European Union.
Pierre, last words, European political community, territorial disputes.
Yeah, on territorial dispute, I want to add anything. The political community, no, it's not an alternative, and actually it's another track, and I think that the British interest for this format is also evidence that it's something else. It's not about it's not about creating an alternative for those candidate countries. It's in order to be able to have a broader European discussion about all those general geopolitical questions that are broader than just the EU or NATO framework and can concern all countries of the continent. And I think this is the purpose of this initiative. And finally, I don't want to get into an argument about the Polish history and the history of the Republic of the Two Nations, which is fascinating. But let me just say that, for instance, in the case of the Republic of the Two Nations, the purpose of veto rights was to limit the ability of the central power of the king to coerce members of the aristocracy or citizens. But the moment you consider that the main threat is the outside, for instance, the Russian threat and so on, you have to think differently. And this is exactly the same in the European Union. If you consider that we are doing a geopolitical enlargement, that we want to become a geopolitical union, we have to think primarily in terms of those external threats, and we have to behave like a geopolitical actor. That's it for me. Thank you.
Strong point. Thank you.
I would very much echo that point, and it is hotly debated, and it's going to be one of the toughest debates. But just to explain for those who may not know, that foreign policy issues in the European Union are decided by unanimity. So every round of sanctions has to be unanimously agreed. In the case of enlargement, there are about 100 steps in the process that all have to have unanimity. And so this is what Pierre was referring to as indeed, if we are going to be a big geopolitical actor, this is something that will needless to say, be on the agenda to discuss. Just two very quick points on on the territorial disputes, I must admit that I think it's the second point that Stanislav mentioned that that the EU would be looking at. In other words, an incentive for Transnistria to peacefully integrate, because I think as you mentioned, Thomas, the specter of Cyprus probably would not be a very enticing prospect for getting countries in. So, but I do see the dynamics you are talking about. It already started with the electricity situation, where and soon will be gas, and there will be an incentive for Transnistria, hopefully. And what was the second issue?
The first one is territorial issues. You did that in the European political community.
Okay, and there I think Pierre said it all. It's actually important for the European continent to talk in the current geopolitical environment, and I don't think that any of the countries that want to join the EU see it as an alternative, and it's not going to have that dynamic, but I think it's a useful forum indeed for some of the specific issues.
So with these last words, I want to close our panel by thanking the panelists and all of you, because combined, I think we opened up the conversation to include and go beyond the initial question of speed or delay, but to encompass some of the key elements, the different institutional arrangement from European political community on the far end of the spectrum, to the G7, to NATO, finally to EU accession, all play a part in this. In the question of how does the security environment influence this process, and we've also covered a whole set of issues related to these institutional arrangements. So a complicated topic that I hope we broke down in a sensible way, and I want to thank you for being with us on that attempt. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. And as promised earlier this morning, Deputy Prime Minister in charge of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, Olga Stefanishina, is here with us. We treasure very much your presence here. And before we start the discussion on the topic which was announced during this second Accession Exchange Forum, I would like to thank for your leadership and for your partnership with the civil society. This is a vivid example of how think tanks, civil society community is able to cooperate with government on issues of priority of, I would say, of the biggest priority actually of Ukraine, which is EU integration and accession to the EU. So thank you very much for your partnership and for finding time to discuss these issues with us. I would suggest, since we have less time than we planned initially, I would suggest that we go straight with the Q&A session. So abusing my role of the moderator, I would ask first two small questions, and then I hand over to you for your questions. So the first question, which I think is the biggest question currently, is are we close to the decision of opening the accession talks? Do we feel that this is coming in December, or if not, what could be the issues? Do you see any impediments on this way? So your forecast would be excellent to get a better understanding of this process. And the second question I have is actually a spin-off question from the previous panel, which we discussed quite a lot. And the question is a country with which has a conflict, a territorial conflict, able to join the EU? What's your vision on that? Because we discussed this at the previous panel, and I had the impression that in general, no, but seems that there were still different interpretation of how this could happen. So, Deputy Prime Minister, I hand over to you for addressing these questions, and then.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, colleagues and New Europe Center generally, and Alona particularly, for the sustainability of this discussion and handing over the presentation and the assessment of 7 recommendations just ahead of beginning of a series of political decisions to be taken on Ukraine. Before asking directly to your question, we were just discussing yesterday in my team that prior to consulting with European Commission on progress on 7 steps, I should have rather reached out to our civil society and NGOs, because you've been much tougher on us than the Brussels. So I came back from Brussels with a much more positive assessment of things than we saw yesterday. But that only gives us the understanding and confirmation of our major message, is that completing 7 steps does not mean ending the reform process, ending the transformation. This is the ongoing processes, and basically it's not going to stop even when all the, let's say, 7 boxes are ticked. So thank you for this assessment. Hope it will not affect the more positive assessment from European Commission. But at this point, a number of insights on my side, that basically our strategy we were discussing last time over the forum, that it is Ukraine who will drive the agenda, has proven to be successful, because based on the progress we managed to show on all 7 recommendations, on commitment through reform agenda generally, has left no room for discussion whether the assessment would be positive and that Ukraine has not delivered something that would not make it possible to open the accession talks. So it's not opening the accession talks. It's not the case where Ukraine still has to deliver something. Things to be done even before they report the European Commission on 7 steps. Maybe I can then go deeper into details. Afterwards, when European Commission releases its opinion, then we would have to work individually with the member states And at every step of the way, every member state could put its own questions, not necessarily related to 7 recommendations, to build this consensus before December 2023. So answering your question, yes, there is an understanding that the accession talks might be open for Ukraine. There is generally a consensus of all member states here, even those who advocate for the other parts of Europe, for the Western Balkan countries, even for Georgia, and etc. They all understand that prior to making any decision on these countries, the decision should be taken on Ukraine. Thus, that strengthens significantly the consensus on Ukraine, and it's a situation which is really different from what was when we were advocating for the candidate status, because now everybody understands that no other decision could be taken if not taking the decision on Ukraine. So the answer is positive, but there are a lot of work ahead of us in terms of working in different capitals and addressing their concerns. Second, on the territorial issue, well, it's more the issue of where is the will, there is a way. There is a will, and it's absolutely clear that the decision on granting Ukraine candidate status and now opening the accession talks is not just the promises. So as it was probably for the other countries, and basically territorial tensions for the Western Balkan countries were not the major concern, let's say, was the major reason, why the decision on European paths were taken in these countries. And in this case, Ukraine itself is the best case for case maker, because the association agreement was signed when Crimea has already been annexed, when the occupation of Donetsk and Lugansk regions started, which meant that Ukraine, at the moment of signature, were not able to control a specific part of its territory. But the association agreement has been signed. It's applicable throughout all the territory of Ukraine within the borders of 1991, with the reservations on the areas which are not under the actual control of Ukrainian authorities. So the precedent is Ukraine itself already. So, and that's why there's never been a single moment where we had any discussion on this issue in issues related to Ukraine's accession.
Well, thank you. I think this is quite a good beginning to turn over to the audience and ask and see who has questions. I see one hand over here, and it would be good to take several questions, but yeah, I see 2 hands. So can you pass the mic to Klip, then to Yako, and then to Dmitro? And I think let's take these 3 questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Olga. Gleb Vyshlinsky, Center for Economic Strategy, Kyiv. We have this specific situation when simultaneously we will implement Ukraine plan within this 4-year EU facility, and hopefully we'll start accession negotiations. How, what is your vision, and what is the consensus in thinking how should it be harmonized so that it works together and funding is complementary, and you understand what are the issues there? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Jakub?
Hello, Jakub Jakubowski, Center for Eastern Studies, Poland. My question is on the time frame of the accession. The date that circulates, that's been in the Franco-German paper too, is 2030, but I'm wondering what's your actual take on what's the realistic and what's the ambitious goal in terms of time, given the capacity on the Ukrainian side and the lots of things to be resolved during the accession. Thanks.
Dmytro?
Let's imagine Ukraine is becoming EU member very soon. What will be Ukraine's position on the internal reform of the European Union? This is one of the questions which we already started to discuss, and we will later discuss in the next panel. What is Ukraine's position on institutional setup, European policies, and budgetary things? Or we don't have such a position still, and we are waiting until our question. Thank you.
Okay, let's take one more question then from Irina, and then we give a chance to answer.
My question is on administrative capacity, because conducting accession negotiations is a very complicated exercise, let's put it this way. So how do you assess, is Ukraine ready? Ukrainian institutions, do you have enough personnel, skilled personnel to do this? How do you see this? Thank you.
So please, we have the question on facility, on the time frame, on reform of the EU, and on capacities.
Thank you. Thank you, Gli, for this question. First and foremost, it's already synchronized. So it's not the matter of like where this process will start, it's already synchronized. Secondly, 50 billion euros is the, to our calculation, is the amount only of a macro financial assistance for the 4 years. So the plan which has been developed in this regard is designed in a way to be the conditionalities for macro-financial assistance. So initially it was a huge initiative and etc. But at this point we understand that speaking about accession funds, it's not the resources only for the technical assistance for the law drafting and policy planning. It's actual preparing to the membership, and it's different. So, and these are money which are not there. Everything which could have been part of the accession process and we thought was needed to be enshrined into this plan, it is there, it is already aligned, but at the same time there is a reference that the government will approve the National Legal Approximation Program, which is based on the self-screening, which now gives us the clear understanding what do we have to do and in which timelines to be the member of European Union and part of the single market. So it's already synchronized, but it's not something on top of everything. It's very horizontal with understanding that macro-financial assistance should be based on sustainable multi-year conditions, and they're part of this plan. On the timelines, 2030 is the timeline which has been oriented for all enlargement countries. So it wasn't the timeline for Ukraine. It's just meaning that by 2030, all countries of current enlargement process might become a member of European Union, not excluding the fact that some of them could do it earlier. Of course, there are many things which should be taken into account. It's not only Ukraine who puts the expectations and meets them. We have our understanding that our preparedness for the membership could be ensured within 2 years. So we have already significantly integrated into EU single market. It is absolutely obvious that Ukraine is part of the policy-making process in Europe. And answering the first question, we have a capacity to run the country throughout the war and make it not only functional but developing. So our domestic timeline is 2 years, but based on the way how we will be succeeding, we can build further political expectations on our side. Then Metro asked about the reform of EU. We are to some extent into this process with the French colleagues and with the German colleagues and with the Swedish colleagues at the level of the Brussels. This is so far a very, let's say, zero drafting processes. There are like many ideas at the table, but I think the role of Ukraine as a member of EU is not about digging into this like reform process, but also setting up the new waves of EU evolution. So definitely Ukraine as the biggest armed forces capacity in Europe will support the processes on strengthening common security and defense policy and building on the experience we've built throughout the war. We would definitely be an active, let's say, a party to the discussion on enlargement development and absorption capacity, and we would definitely be one of the key decision makers on issues related to the functioning of the single market. And everything we have to identify on us as the future biggest economic tiger within the European Union, all of these solutions has to be found before accession. So the major energy will be spent to this process on our side, but at the same time, the same understanding is on the EU side, that all the reforms related to internal market should be conducted and completed before Ukraine's accession. And of course, I'm covering the area of agricultural policy and its evolution, not only because of Ukraine, but generally because it's already an outdated approach to some extent. So we will be part of the discussion, but I don't think it would be our major focus, like, per se. And on the capacity, of course, there are like much more capacity that we need, but we have an army of a civil society experts, think tanks, and NGOs, and we never had been facing a fear in front of the massive tasks we had to complete. So 4 months, we've made a self-screening of 28,000 pieces of EU acquis. It is completed now, and it will be presented to European Commission when the decision on accession talks to be started. This is showing that the capacity is there, and the experience is there, and the political commitment is there. Parliament is hungry for decision-making, government as well. So, and we understand that the political cycles might change, and we have this unique period of time where we have the concentration over doing everything we can. So yes, we have this capacity at this moment, and basically comparing, as I also do the NATO part, yes, right? Comparing to issues when we're talking, for example, about interoperability with NATO, it's like a terra incognita. It's the, let's say, pieces of knowledges we have in different places around Ukraine. And this is not a sustainable story which becomes sustainable only now after the Vilnius. This is totally not the case in EU file.
Well, thank you. Actually, you're setting the bar high with the self-screening, because earlier this morning, Moldovan colleagues said that they are inspired by your example of self-screening and they would like to do the same. So maybe you can help them with this. And it sounds kind of paradoxical, actually, because a country at war does the self-screening and helps other countries not at war doing the same. So, well, chapeau for this. We have 5 minutes left. So I see, Ambassador, you have a question, and we can maybe take one more question if someone makes it up its mind. Ambassador, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Levo. So the question itself is not exactly about accession, but since we are discussing reforms, I wanted to ask you about the list of priority reforms that the United States presented to your government, I believe, this week. Thank you.
Well, that's the main game in town now with this question, so maybe you can shed some light.
Yeah, I've been answering this question for 72 hours now. And I already collect feedback on my answers, you know, so I know the best way how to put it. I mean, first, well, and there was even a formal comment from the State Department or White House on this list. First and foremost, nothing has been formally presented to the government. This is not the list, right? This is a staff working document which has been circulated because yesterday we had, it's Thursday, it's today, right? So today there is a meeting, or yesterday was the meeting of the coordination platform of donors on the financial support of Ukraine and reconstruction. And so far it was only European Union who has put it on the table based on the plan. Gleb was asking the expectations on reforms. All the others just had it in different programs. So everybody from G7 group, including United States, has to put something on paper. It is not something which is an official position at any level of the United States. It's a working document. It's just the collection of the leftovers from the previous periods of time. And I can already now say that I wasn't digging deep into the other things, but the trigger was for me the NATO part, which is completely irrelevant. So after Vilnius, we're in a totally different way. So it's not the way like we operate with the partners, that we're given the lists and we're going to the parliament for voting. So it's just the working document, which definitely be reconsidered by Ukraine.
Can we expect that we'll have this list of reforms in the updated national annual program, like from, especially the NATO part, the one you mentioned?
Not this one. It's already really outdated. It's really outdated. We are on a different layer. Some of the things like civilian democratic oversight as a priority will be there. But everything we will put in the NATO program after Vilnius will be based on interoperability, and decisions which really involve NATO and allies and bring us to membership. So it will be not something very disfocused, it will be something very concentrated. So it's not definitely what is there.
Thank you very much. So if anyone has a comment or a very question, I see Hugo. The last question.
Hi, Hugo von Essen from the Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies, a Swedish think tank. So if the process of Ukraine's EU integration and accession takes longer than we want or longer than what we expect, either because the EU is not ready or because Ukraine is not ready. I mean, the EU could be not ready because of problems with reform. We've talked about that. We'll talk more about that later. Or because of Ukraine's lacking capacity. Is there a risk then for backlash in Ukraine, political backlash, or the population becoming disappointed, maybe EU fatigue, which would negatively affect in long term Ukraine's both capacity and the willingness of the population to do what it takes to become an EU member?
Well, the immediate answer is no. So I think the major decision has already been taken. We are in a process. We have not been in a situation of actual decision for Ukraine's membership to EU for 32 years of our independence and 15 years where the European course has been declared as such. So it's not something that any EU official or Ukrainian official would put into the minds of Ukrainians. It's the Ukrainians who have been standing for the revolution, on the revolution of dignity, and this is what we are fighting for. This angle is there. And it's not only about this regular European integration process. It's a consequence of what is happening in Ukraine and the essence of the war. So there's literally any chance that there could be a backlash. But of course, I mean, the process of accession is not romantic as it is. And basically, the last political, very bright and nice political decision which might be taken is the decision on starting the accession talks. Because then the real, not political job is to be done. And it's not always going to be nice and fluffy. We understand that it might not be 2 years or a year or even 5 years, but the principal thing for us is that the timeline is not dictated by ambiguity, but inability or unwillingness to take the decision if time requires additional steps to be done. This is okay, but definitely Ukraine as a country which generally unblocked the enlargement discourse does not want to be the country on which it will be blocked again, definitely.
Well, since your answer was short and we have 30 seconds, one more question, but this time about NATO. Do we prepare for Washington summit? And if yes, what do we aim there? I mean, I know it's an EU event, but still. This is interrelated as we learned at the previous session, so.
Fresh breaking news just half an hour ago, President of Ukraine has ended up the meeting with NATO Secgen, who's now in Kiev, and we agreed to start preparation for Washington, and closer by the end of the year, we will have a clear understanding on expectations. But it's of course not an easy task, and we starting from where we ended in Vilnius. We will think how to shape it and how to manage, let's say, the potential of this Washington summit. But I mean, it's clear that the decision on invitation is to be taken. It's on the table, and we will be discussing things around that.
Deputy Prime Minister, thank you very much for taking your time, and please join me in saying thank you to.
Thank you for coming.
Dmytro, could you please take it over from here?
So without break, we continue. So I kindly ask all the panelists of our panel on EU internal reform to come to take the seats. Oh, whatever. The discussion on this topic we started already in the morning, and now we continue more focused discussion on the EU reform. But before giving floor to our distinguished panelists, we really have very distinguished mixed panel of actual officials, former high-level officials, representatives of civil society, journalists, Emmanuel Group from various EU countries and candidate countries. Just several introductory words on my side, because I think that in Ukraine we're really, as I think Leo or Alena in the beginning of our forum said, we tend to be Ukraine-centric, of course, following the European discourse, but there's huge debate on the EU reform, internal reform. And just to set the stage, we have the title of basically the major question of our panel we have in the title. How the EU needs to reform to be ready for new members. But just to clarify, I think there is already kind of a first thesis here, which is already in the title, so that EU needs to reform to be ready for new members. Do we share this notion that EU needs to reform to be ready to have new members? So that we can continue then to ask the question how, which is actually the title. So I just want to sense where we have the basic consensus on the very basic question, first question. Do we need reform of the EU in order to be ready for new members or not? I would ask to raise your hands, the audience, raise your hands, those who think that EU needs to reform to be ready for new members. And thank you. And please raise your hands those who think that EU does not need to reform to be ready for new members. Those who think basically hasn't made their minds, so don't know. Leo, you?
Well, yes.
Okay. And please raise your hands, the panelists. I just want to sense those who think that EU needs to reform to be ready for new members. Okay, those who think that EU does not need to reform in order to be ready for new members. And those who don't know?
I do know.
It's complicated.
It's complicated. It's complicated. Okay, so I sense that the audience is kind of more of the
concrete opinion, but our panelists think that it's more complicated. So it's very interesting I anticipate the discussion. But basically, just to remind you that discussion on the EU reform has started from the very beginning of the EU. It goes on through various stages, through various circles. Now we have another circle of this discussion of the necessity for the EU to reform. My observation is that mostly it's concentrated on EU decision-making and institutional setup. One set of questions, another set of questions is EU policies, common agriculture policy, cohesion policy, enlargement methodology policy, other policies in relation to our question, which we discuss now for new members to be ready for new members. And also budget of the EU is also huge discussion, a set of questions about the budget. But a lot of questions here. The question is how. So I would like our audience to share your opinions on this very complicated matter, to make your interventions. I would ask you to be as short and concise as possible so that we hopefully will have some time to discuss with the audience as well in questions and answers. And just from my side, I would like to ask in your interventions to try to answer 3 questions. First, your personal opinion, what is the key change, what is the key change, what needs to happen in the EU to be ready for new members? Second is how a consensus can be built in the EU, because we know that now there is no consensus on the EU reform. So how it can be built, what's your opinion on that? And last but not least, what is the role of the candidate countries? How candidate countries can contribute to this discussion? So these are 3 questions from my side, which I ask you if you are able to cover in your interventions. I ask to take the floor Pavlo Klimkin, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Please, floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be part of the crowd. I'm going to be a bit provocative from the beginning because the whole title of the session is for me kind of funny one. The point whether the EU should reform itself for the accession, for me, does not, doesn't have any sense. For me, the point is about the EU and the intrinsic feeling what is the European Union for at the 21st century. The problem for the EU is not to figure out how to get us in. It's just something on the surface, like cappuccino, a bit of cinnamon. The real problem for the European Union is to understand whether the EU is a kind of reality which is compatible with the 21st century, and my answer is not. The EU does not fit the 21st century. The EU is essentially a kind of beast from the 20th century. So the point is whether the EU is ready for something, for 2014, for the all-out invasion, for something. So the EU is always reactive, and now we have sort of interesting discussion here calling the new enlargement geopolitical. What does it mean for us? Does it mean that the EU is now forced in a way from outside to have this enlargement? And it's schizophrenic. It's a sort of schizophrenic mentality. If we believe it's just something forced of us, we never ever gonna manage it. We never ever gonna sort it out. So my point, every time the EU is looking through a window on the role geopolitically, or whatever it's called, geopolitics now, the EU should look into a mirror and understand what is the EU now about, fundamentally. And our discussion about the accession is normally whether we need majority vote and where, under what conditions, whether we need cap, how are we going to reform cap, regional policy. They're all relevant issues, but it's not about the core of the problem. It's mainly not about the problem, our challenge as such. So we need to understand whether the EU, with its model of democracy, with its essence of leadership, is actually part of the 21st century. And whether the EU is ready to be at the same level as other big players. My answer is not. I don't know what is your answer. And my second point, it's probably even more pessimistic. I don't see now within the EU a real will, whether it's political, societal will, to start fundamentally reshuffling itself and understanding what kind of new reality the EU should conjure up in the future. So we live in a fundamentally different world. We live in the sense of security, in the sense of technology, basically in a binary reality between the US and China. If you see the numbers, if you see potentials, and one of the big conclusions of our war, one of the biggest for me, that without the US, Europe is not able and not willing to deliver on everything which is critical. But so far, I don't see any real will to look into the core of the problem. And the fundamental mentality within the EU, with all the sympathy growing for Ukraine, is that we don't have to pay anything for retaining our way of life, our way of prosperity, our way of security. And in the 21st century, it's fundamentally wrong. So if we believe we don't have to sacrifice nothing, whatever, for the accession, for our security, for managing migration, we are nowhere. If we react, we always react to something, we are again nowhere. So I don't believe the EU needs to reform to deliver on new members. It's fundamentally wrong approach. The EU should understand what kind of the European Union we need, or probably we don't need in the future. Whether we have courage and political will to start this discussion, and not all this funny talk about whether to change the treaties or not to change the treaties. But of course, we could be on a sort of political side. We don't have any sort of politics in the European Union. You know, European elections, is there any, real campaign? No way. So the fundamental point for the European Union is to see whether it's Ukraine, the Western Balkans, whatever, is a fundamental chance for a change. And not a kind of renovation, to renovate a bit, to try to change internal procedures, but to change fundamentally. If it's not the case, Europe is not going to be delivering, whether on security or prosperity. And if it's you like, it's my simple point. So we don't need to discuss reforms which are needed for enlargement, for any sort of geopolitical reality, how people in their EU capitals understand it. We need to understand what is Europe for, what is Europe actually in the 21st century. And the reality around us is changing not just rapidly. My point, in 10 years from now, you are not going to recognize this world. And it's mainly about security, identity, and technology. So whether Europe is up, my answer is not. And it's a fundamental problem of Europe, not kind of reforms on accession. Just to start with.
Thank you. That's great introduction to our panel. So that we really need to ask the right. We need to find the right questions to ask, and that's half of the right answer, right? So, without further ado, I would like Jovana Marovic to take the floor to share your experience, your perspective, as I understand from personal capacity, and also not representing now officially, but really very interesting perspective from Montenegro. Jovana used to be Deputy Prime Minister and Minister responsible for European affairs of Montenegro. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm really honored to be here today, and it's really great to have a chance to exchange experiences between two candidate countries. So hopefully, this is also part of let's say, recommendation for Ukraine. I think it's really important to open negotiations with Ukraine as soon as possible, because this is not just a matter of whether the criteria is fulfilled or not. It's also a political message, kind of boost for the country to speed up the European integration process. For Montenegro, this was really long time ago, 11 years ago, but Montenegro is still a country which is not front runner. This doesn't matter anymore after 11 years of negotiations, but Montenegro really opened all negotiating chapters and also fulfilled many criteria in all of these negotiating chapters. I think that the right question is not whether the EU needs to reform in order to be ready for the new members. The right question is whether if the EU can be stronger, and if it's not bigger, if it's not able to integrate new members, if it's not able to export democracy anymore. So if the EU is not able to strengthen democracy to safeguard democracy in the EU member states and also in the Western Balkans, candidate countries, and all around Europe, I think that it's not possible for the European Union to be stronger. This is also part of the reform of the enlargement process. I also think that this is really important part of the EU reform. Then the next question is, should the EU keep the same track when it comes to the enlargement process? I think that the situation and war in Ukraine, war in Europe, does not provide, or does not, the EU didn't provide proper reaction when it comes to war in Europe, because for the Western Balkans, even for Ukraine, the approach is almost the same. We are still discussing new models, alternatives to the full membership. Now on the table there is French-German proposal, also the kind of staged accession. In the Western Balkans we are experiencing the economic integration, which is in the first place. And then the truth is that in the Western Balkans, even in the Central Europe, change has not happened through trade, through regional cooperation, through networking between the countries, because there wasn't spillover to democracy and strengthening the democracy. And for all of us, as you know, the core criteria is democracy, the rule of law, and chapters which are connected to the rule of law. So I think that, as I already said, it's really important to have this approach where the European Union is really focused on strengthening democracy in all the countries which really want to join the European Union, but also in its own backyard. Then there is a question whether there should be like deadline, timeline for the candidate countries, because so far we had fight between EU officials over 2030 as a possible date for new members, or as the possible date when the EU should be ready for the new members. There was this statement from the President of the European Council that the EU should be ready then, and then reaction from the European Commission that there's no that kind of timeline or deadline which is foreseen from their side. It's not, if the European integration process is merit-based, it's really impossible to have any kind of dates. That's clear. But it's really important for the European Commission to provide some benefits for the Western Balkans and for the candidate countries in order, as I said, to speed up the process. That means that the part of the new and revised enlargement methodology where there are sanctions and benefits for the countries which are delivering or not should be implemented in practice. In that sense, I think it's really possible to have the roadmaps for all the countries, what is possible to achieve by 2030. For Montenegro, for Ukraine, for Serbia, maybe if the bilateral issue is solved with Kosovo, it's possible to join. For some countries, there is, like different kind of developments could be achieved by that year, but it's really important to have kind of deadline. Then the discussion about decision-making in the European Union, it was also mentioned this morning here about qualified majority voting. This is really important when it comes to moving from stage to stage in the European integration process. And for opening of negotiations, as I already explained, this is just one of the stages in the European integration process. That does not mean a lot. It means, like, as I said, kind of signal and message from the European Union level, but in technical sense, you are not far from the initial and the beginning of the negotiations of the European integration European integration process. But when it comes to new members, that there is no chance for the European Union to have qualified majority voting for when they are deciding on new members. So in that sense, it's really possible for any country to have veto right, and in my opinion, qualified majority voting is not that much important for the final decision when it comes for the candidate countries. Then veto right for the candidate countries, there is one of the state accession models currently discussed in the European Union, when there is a recommendation for Western Balkans and the other countries when they are joining the European Union not to have commissioner and not to have veto right. Well, that's possible for me if we are joining now. In next 2 or 3 years, if we are joining the European Union in 10 years, it's really important to have all rights over there. How to reform enlargement process? There are like 5 key words in order to have better enlargement process. The first one is consistency, the second one is clarity, then capacity, high-level political attention, and then fundamentals. When I'm saying that consistency is really important, that means that if country is delivering, there should be reward. As you know, North Macedonia once was front runner of the European integration process. They actually delivered, they changed the name of the country, but they were blocked a few times. So it's really important, if you are providing results, to have benefits, to have this kind of positive signals from the European Union level. Then clarity. We have too many frameworks for cooperation and too little integration. Because there are, as I said, many proposals how to, maybe even alternative proposals when it comes to full membership to the European Union. It's really important not to have mixed messages from the European Union level, and that's for the Western Balkans, it's really important not to push us to into common regional market, into some kind of integration into single European market. It's really important to have full membership as final goal. Then capacity is not just capacity in the candidate countries, it's also at the European Union level. Because EU enlargement, in the DG enlargement is really also understaffed, and in the candidate countries it's really important frequent changes of the political parties in power not to reflect on the negotiating structure. Then high-level political attention, as I said, you have many messages from the European Union. One kind from the leaders of the EU member states, and then different kind from the European Commission, and then finally it's really important not to have process in the hands of as a technical process, but to have high-level political attention. So it's really important, for example, from the French president, from German officials, to have positive signals when it comes to EU enlargement. And finally, fundamentals are really first. They are fundamentals. In that sense, I think that all the reform in the European Union should reflect on the rule of law, because there is no improvement of economy if you don't have transparent public procurement system, or if you don't have fair competition. And from our experience from Montenegro, it's really kind of frustrating to be 11 years in the process, to have developments on many levels, but to have the rule of law almost at the same level as it was 11 years ago. So the rule of law is really the most important part of the reform. So that's for the beginning. I'm here for the questions.
Thank you. More and more questions and more and more need for more answers. But without further ado, I would like to Adrian to share his opinion on, I mean, I don't know whether official or not official, maybe personal. What is your perspective on the EU reform, whatever it means?
Thank you, Dimitro. Look, I'm not entitled for a personal opinion, and that's the first thing, as long as I'm in office, and that's a fact that everyone, I think, agrees with. When talking about how and whether EU needs to be reformed or not, the question on that lies at this point solely with the European Union and European Union member states. It's a fact, and one from the outside can only support, advise, suggest things and not actually partake and take the responsibility on it. So the discussion on how and whether EU needs to be reformed, it's a question to be answered by the European Union. Now, from the perspective of someone who's looking from the outside and is eager to become a member of the European Union, one definite fact is that all waves of reform of the EU made the EU stronger, and even all waves of enlargement of the EU eventually made the EU stronger. So having a discussion on the reform of the EU inside the EU, it's a good thing because it signals a willingness to get stronger and to overcome the challenges that the EU is facing, on the one hand. On the other hand, I believe it's cementing or it's pinpointing the fact that enlargement is happening. And it's a trend that cannot be stopped, and what shall we do to better prepare for it? I believe it's a very good signal for the countries that are eager to become member of the European Union, whether it's for several years or for a decade. It's a good signal for us in this regard. Now, what is important for the Republic of Moldova, a country that is eager to start the negotiation and accede to join the European Union, I believe it's clarity. I agree with that. We need to have a certain previsibility on what the enlargement imposes, if that's the right word, because we have people who are supporting European integration, and they must have an answer. What shall we do to become a member of the European Union? So we don't get into a point of disappointment among the population. We need to have a clear understanding what steps needs to be taken and what shall be done. And that's equally valid for the policymakers, because we said it on a number of occasions. We're willing to do whatever is necessary to become a member of the European Union. So having this clear pathway is very important no matter how the reform will look like and whether the reform will happen. The second thing is that I was saying this last year at this forum that the accession itself carries a significant transformative power. So the process of becoming member of the European Union has a transformative effect and should have a transformative effect. So on that path, EU should be well equipped to fuel that change and that transformative power in the countries that want to become members. Because as in most cases of past enlargements, the huge step in transformation of the country that happened to now currently members of the European Union happened actually in the accession stage or in the first years after the accession. So that is an important element to have. And of course, speed. We are very ambitious regarding to the accession process. We want to become members of the European Union by 2030, and that's our national goal. So allowing members or candidate countries who are willing to take fast steps, who are willing to work fast and hard to do so. So ensuring that, as it was mentioned before, that the countries who are willing to deliver fast will deliver and will get the result. That's an important signal to send in, again, whether in the current format or in some newly reformed European Union. But answering to your first question, should or should not, or whether do we need a reform or we do not need a reform, I believe in both cases the accession is possible. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now another Western Balkan voice, Petrit, former Minister of the Foreign Affairs of Kosovo, a very particular case. Please, floor is yours, your perspective on this debate of the EU internal reform.
Thank you very much, Dmitro. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. My first visit to Ukraine, obviously for Kosovo, it's ever so slightly different story due to our present position in the European landscape, as 5 EU member countries don't yet recognize, and Kosovo and 3 potential accession enlargement candidates also don't recognize. But I will maybe offer 3 moments or 3 processes as seen from Kosovo. I don't represent Kosovo here, obviously. I used to work for 7 years in the government, also as a regional cooperation coordinator in the Berlin process framework. One, in many ways, war in Ukraine has helped Kosovo and helped the Western Balkans because it has thrown agenda of enlargement right in the center and in the middle of many discussions in Brussels. I remember in 2003, in September, 20 years ago now, I mean, this month, I was in some sort of civil society forum, very young obviously, and it was a few months after the Thessaloniki promise to Balkans that we will all join EU, and that was 20 years ago. And only a few years ago, last year maybe even, President Macron made it in no uncertain terms that there is no enlargement unless deep reforms are implemented and executed within EU. I think that was almost a sine qua non in the way how he expressed it. And I fear, or I think he didn't speak, obviously he was the most vocal, but he spoke for other member countries who were not as vocal on the background. So the feeling was that in Balkans, regardless of what you're doing, from North Macedonia, who changed their name, to Kosovo and Serbia, who were engaged in dialogue that was leading to a status, not status quo, but some sort of functional political reconciliation. But none of this would matter because actually in the end that political reward in a way was not present. And I think that significantly deteriorated also the outlook for political settlements of bilateral open issues in Balkans, that lack of EU perspective. As it became more and more distant, I think just politicians lost any kind of faith or interest really to do compromises which are important. So war in Ukraine definitely, and your geostrategic interests connected to the necessity to integrate Ukraine as soon as possible, open the path and relaunch the Western Balkans. So while before it was Western Balkans enlargement and maybe others, now it is Ukraine and all the others. I think that is a fair assessment of where we are right now. I also think, second moment, it is a race against time, because I have a fear that we are having this main current of discussing about enlargement more than ever, again, in context of Ukraine, in context of Western Balkans. But I fear that there is also undercurrent of the rise of the far-right parties, the change of tectonic shifts in the European political landscape. And I do fear that maybe the sympathy for EU enlargement is in direct correlation with the price of megawatt per electricity this winter. If we have a harsh winter, expensive electricity, expensive gas, and the people and voters in the EU member countries are angry with their politicians, I don't think enlargement is going to be at the forefront of the debate. So in a way, the race is on how can we complete as much as possible before those types of negative sentiments resurface again, or maybe even take hold in a major EU country. And I fear that some countries will not be as accommodating in their political far right as Madame President Meloni was when her coming to power actually did not create a major disturbance or dramatic change in the Italian perspective. I think some other countries may have far bigger repercussions. Third moment I can offer is only the realities on the ground. I do think, I was just listening to an interview by a US envoy, Escobar, who you may not know in this part of the world, but who is very well known quantity in our part of the world, because he facilitates or represents the United States in the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia, said that we are unfortunately seeing a two-speed enlargement and two-speed Balkans. On one side you have Albania and you have North Macedonia and Montenegro, with some footnotes related to the crises that have in recent months and few years touched Montenegro, but where you see the progress. They are all NATO member countries. There is a democracy, there is a vibrant civil society, and there are chapters being opened, and with some bilateral issues between North Macedonia and Bulgaria, Albania and Greece, still you see progress, and you can feel it. I go often to Albania. I genuinely am impressed how quickly they are moving. They hosted the EU Western Balkan Summit this year for the first time. A Balkan country did so, and they're hosting a Berlin Process Summit also later this year. And then you have the other speed, which is Serbia, with its complicated relationship with the EU, far less sympathetic to EU membership than it was even 2 years ago. The opinion polls say so. I think we are all of a sudden again physically a little bit scared of Serbia, because as of this week there were also some terrorist attacks in Kosovo, and frankly it's not obviously going to be a shoo-in for EU membership as maybe it was 10 years ago. Kosovo, which is not recognized by 5 EU member countries, so until that happens it's a little bit difficult. We applied for candidacy and we hope for some sort of a positive reply at one point, but our positive reply is directly tied, again, sine qua non, to the agreement Kosovo and Serbia in the dialogue, based on this French-German proposal of de facto recognition and not de jure, and Bosnia, which has its own set of constitutional problems and veto rights which are hampering reforms. So multi-speed, I mean, in one way we are, Joanna, you said that we cannot even think about this common market and this Europe integration B option, in which you have access to 4 freedoms and common markets like Norway and whatnot, but not full membership. And if I would be Montenegrin, I would be yeah, of course. But I'm not Montenegrin. I'm Kosovar, and and now I say, give us what you can give. And in the question of the panel, how the EU needs to reform to be ready for new members, I honestly think there's only one thing: honesty. And honesty, not in that moralistic, ethical issue that is far from it, but in terms of really being able to plan and to be honest about how is this going to unfold. Obviously, we are not countries in the same range of reforms. Some of them are in deep genocidal defense war, as we are here. Some of them not recognized by the others. Some of them are small, with cute coast, and very absorbable. Everybody likes to go to Montenegro for a swim. And I can imagine European voters will not have much problems to integrate Montenegro or even Albania. So, in one way, we would potentially, we are so lucky now to get visa liberalization so late this January, we still don't have it, that maybe common market would be something that would be better because it's a short-term perspective compared to maybe a decade that we have to wait for proper EU membership. But then Ukrainians need a membership now. So you need it now, and then Montenegro also need it now. So that ability to juggle those balls, I think, is where the honesty comes into play of how do we approach different countries in different speeds.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I'm just mindful of the time because we are really kind of under time pressure of having to finalize our panel in 30 minutes. And I'm pretty much sure that we have even more questions from the audiences. So I really hope that we will give the chance to the audience to ask some of those questions at least. So I really ask the panelists to be as concise as possible. And now to give floor to Paola to share your thoughts and observations on the Italian discourse and thoughts about EU internal reform.
Thank you. I will be very short. And so I'm a journalist, so my main concern is the enlargement narrative, of course. And listen to your thoughts and takes. I think that the candidate states are more prepared and ready than European Union. Because, we had in the last decades, we had the opposite of enlargement. We had the shrinking European Union. We had the Greece crisis and Brexit. So now in 10 years, Europe was less powerful, less strong in the world, with many, many problems inside their political spectrum. And I think it's not over, so this is my main concern, and enlargement will be a problem if we don't create a common narrative. And I have just three concerns, and one is I think we have to change the narrative from Europe to the candidate states. So I think in Europe, in the whole of Europe, we leave enlargement like a favor to other countries' candidates. Not like that the pie is getting bigger for all of us, but it's just other people, other countries sharing the same pie. Because enlargement doesn't have in our political discourse, our political debate, an improving factor. It has just, we stay together, we are not a functional family, of course, but we share the same resources. It's not like this. If enlargement is existential for many candidate states, I think is existential for European Union too. So this is not established in our public discourse, and I think we have to put it. The other thing, the other concern is too big to work, to operate. Of course, if we are 35 members, we have to change our rules, because even in 27, we have so many problems. and we have to change this kind of process. Otherwise, I think that I really believe in democracy, but I think that it would be very difficult to negotiate with unanimity in 35 or 30 countries. So I think we have to address this problem. And the third thing is the people consensus. In our history, Europe and a referendum is not an happy marriage. So when we put the European question to people directly, usually the answer is a no. I mean, in UK, we saw in the most important way, but even when we had the constitutional referenda in Europe, we had many no. So I think that it's important to explain better what enlargement is for the countries that are already in the European Union in order to build a consensus, not just an institutional consensus, but of course a people consensus.
Thank you very much. Reminding us that actually of the fact that there are a lot of decision makers in this discussion of the EU reform, and ultimately, if there is a deep reform, ultimately it's European citizens who are the decision makers, and that needs to be taken into account. Irina, please, floor is yours. This is a very unique perspective of, from Germany, but of probably some kind of Ukrainian-German perspective. Irina used to work with the International Renaissance Foundation in Ukraine. Now she is representing the Center for Liberal Modernity from Germany. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do follow developments or debate in Germany, so I could maybe say something. So actually, the first point I want to make is that debates about EU internal reform have been there for some time already. So if you look at the German, at the coalition agreement of the the three political parties who form the current German government, this is a big issue that EU should change the voting rule, and EU should become a stronger global player, something Paulo Klimkin referred to. So for this, EU has to change internal procedures to become a stronger global player. So this has been an issue, and basically Ukraine's application for membership has just reinvigorated these debates, which has been there for some time. And the ideas which are floating around about these reforms are also not new. They have been discussed for some years among expert community. I do think that some things have to be changed before new members the candidates can become members. However, I would prefer doing it in such a way that no treaty changes take place, because I think it will be very difficult to find consensus among different member states, and we already see there are a lot of differences. So this would be a preferable option. First thing which needs to be changed, and it might be easy procedurally but difficult politically, that current member states give up a veto right for opening and closing accession chapters. It was already mentioned by Jovanna. We have a difficult neighbor, Ukraine, Hungary, and I can imagine that there will be a lot of problems which Hungary will pose, but maybe also Poland. You know, we see this debate on agriculture. So there will be problems, I think, with opening, closing chapters, and I think this is something EU should agree now. Yeah, it's a matter of political will. In a longer term perspective, of course, there should be a change in the, so there should be qualified majority voting, I'm persuaded, in the foreign policy, so for EU to be a strong external actor, but also on domestic issues. And this is also very difficult to understand that countries, new member states, they're very sensitive to giving up their sovereignty. So this is also difficult, but this might be necessary before EU becomes 35 or some members, yeah. And also not every country can have a commissioner. So these kind of things, I think, need to be changed before enlargement takes place. And second important dimension is budget. Actually, so we have this multi-annual budgetary system or perspective. There will be a new EU budget from 2028 to 2034. Ukraine and Moldova are planning to join during this time frame, of the new budget. And the new budget debates will start already in 2024 after a new European Parliament will be elected, after a new European Commission will be formed. This is where Ukraine can contribute. There are some calculations, for instance, that Poland's share in the EU budget will reduce from 30, if Ukraine joins, will reduce from 30 to 12%, and Romania's from 18 to 7. And some countries like Czechia, Slovenia, Spain will lose the status of net beneficiary of the EU budget. Are they ready to give up this? Or the EU has to increase its budget, and this means maybe introducing new taxes, EU-level taxes? So these are kind of issues which are very important, and maybe Ukrainian think tanks can already think about how they can maybe turn the debate in such a way so that they show that they can contribute actually, but not really take away EU resources, if you want. So this is kind of important issues which needs to be tackled, and where I think Ukraine can have an important role. And I will just conclude that I think there are a lot of things which can be changed, and they can be changed without treaty changes. So I would suggest following this path, not the one which German-French report proposes. I mean, they propose some short-term measures, but then medium-term measures before a new accession treaty changes. And I think it's unrealistic given the current situation, different approaches in the member states.
Thank you. And last but not least, Jakub, representative of Poland, well, not official representative, but still we need a Polish perspective on this rich debate. Please.
Great to hear that. Thanks. Before I jump right into the main question, which I think is great, and I think it's great we have so many prospective member states talking about this, because I think you should have a voice over how the EU is run once you're there. But before that, a short detour to several things that has been mentioned before. First of all, I think it's worth stressing that Poland has been one of the first to pitch the idea of the rapid geopolitical enlargement. We're still behind it. We're still for it. So we are hoping that we'll make it in December. That's the first. But responding directly to some of the things that were just mentioned, I think the enlargement process, the accession process has already started in a most convoluted way. I mean, just right after the full-scale invasion, there's been a number of decisions on the level of the EU and individual member states that effectively integrated Ukraine already with the common market, free flow of services, free flow of people, virtually unified labor market. And we absolutely knew why we were doing this. It was badly needed in front of what Ukraine was and still is facing. But I just want to draw attention to a very special form that this quasi-accession took. That usually these things are talked about thoroughly beforehand. We're talking about transitionary periods, we're talking about distortions, we're talking about how accessions affect internal constituencies and markets, and then we proceed with the opening. Now it was the other way around, but I think we should still reach this level of formal, sustainable framework of our cooperation anyways, despite the fact that we went forward because it was just, but we still need to negotiate ways in which the accession will be sustainable long-term, when we'll have a consensus on many things. I'm of course referring directly to the grain issue, but there are more than that. There's the transportation, for some countries probably labor market too. So I think this should be one of the first things we tackle within the accession process on how to formalize a compromise that is sustainable here, instead of bilateral punching at the border, which is not the way forward, I think. now coming directly to the question here, asked here, I think it's a once again, a very good occasion to talk on this with prospective member states, because I think first of all, the momentum for reform in the EU is growing. That's a fact. This will result most probably in some changes. Some of them are really needed. But I feel the sole fact of linking the two, a conditionality that the accession will follow only after the EU is reformed, is risky. It's doable, but it's risky. I mean, in two general terms. First, Dmytro, you've raised this at the very beginning. What is the EU that you want to be in? What will be your agency and power to actually influence it? I think it's a matter of a very simple thought experiment. Like take 10 most important national issues you want to bring to the EU, and then use the council calculator to find out whether you'll be outvoted or not. What is the coalition of the countries that will support you, and what is the coalition that will block you? And that's a nice way of looking at how this should look like. I'm not fundamentally opposed to KMV, but maybe tinkering with the voting rights calculations may actually, make the voting reflecting the growing gravitational, power of our region within the EU. I think it's very important to kind of imagine yourself already in the EU with some specific things you want to push through, and ask yourself a question whether or not the reforms you see being proposed actually fit you. The other risk I see coming from the linkages between accession and reform is that, as been mentioned, I mean, the appetite for the reform was there in Europe for a long time. And now with the accession, we have a reinvigorated debate. But I think there is a temptation to put many, many things in the reform baskets, sometimes not directly linked to accession itself. And here I see the risk of lack of consensus, of possibly no progress on debate on reform, derailing the accession itself, causing, accession fatigue, EU fatigue, just like Hugo said this. Like, what if the reform package is so ambitious and for some radical that the EU will not be on the same page by 2030? So I think the prospective member states should also think about this, and I think we need a minimum viable reform to accommodate this new and large EU family, but we should not override this debate, because at the end of the day, this may derail the accession. How? I mean, first thing that comes to everyone's mind is probably Hungary's veto, but I don't think that's the whole story. I mean, in 2005, there was a French referendum on the Constitution of Europe, and it failed. And then it was a Dutch. And if we put those referendums before accession, and not after, as in our case, this may very well derail the whole thing. So, lots of risks that you mentioned, but I'm pretty confident we can do this. It's just like to extend an invitation for the prospective member states to kind of put yourself already in the shoes of a member state to have a better informed and well thought out decision on when you stay on the reforms. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was really fantastic exchange of perspectives. We have 15 more minutes for discussion with the audience, for questions and answers. Just please raise your hands, those ones who want to ask questions, and we'll continue. Łukasz first, please.
Łukasz Adamski. Indeed, very interesting discussion, but actually one thing is missing. By profession, I'm a historian, so I like source criticism. And you actually all assume that EU elite want enlargement because of the declaration of EU politicians, because of the declaration of main also EU member states. But try to think about another scenario, that de facto, at least in some countries, elites do not want to enlarge, the EU, but they need certain excuse why it failed. What then? What strategy should you adopt? If, for example, from my perspective, this push for EU reform, for cancelling veto rights, especially when it comes to foreign policy, or to make, as Jakub mentioned, a packet very ambitious. So this is perhaps a way to de facto block the enlargement, but then you can find quite easily a scapegoat. Countries who are against the EU reform. So simply try to think about this scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. As I understand, it's a rather comment than a question, but if anyone wants to reflect on that, please. And yeah, okay, Pavlo and Irina, and Ivana as well. Yeah.
Lukasz, actually, EU elites do not want enlargement, also now. And the way of trying to come up with geopolitical enlargement or so is a kind of what you have called excuse for saying, look guys, you know, it's geopolitics, so we are forced now to talk about Ukraine, Moldova, whoever else. There is no, as I've said, no will, in fact, and there is no ability. Nobody understands actually how to square the whole stuff. And the real point about that is to imagine whether it's about enlargement. As I've said, it's not about enlargement. It's about understanding whether to have EU politics, EU taxation. You know, if you come to DC, on number plates, no taxation without representation. And if we want to stay at the national level of politics, we are going nowhere. In the 21st century, there is no way. So the way how to shape and take decisions on big issues is not relevant anymore. So the point is not about enlargement. Nobody wants enlargement if you talk to real people. And the real point is how to push Europe to get out of this narrow narrative of being where we are now. And actually this geopolitical argument in a very artificial way is used to tell the people in Europe, guys, now we have no other choice. We are forced, you know, no gray areas, but it's all about trying to find justification to start working on the European Union. It's not about reforms. It's either about totally transforming the European Union or no European Union as such in the current form in the future. It's a very simple deal, and after that you can say geopolitical. Now it's Ukraine, now it's you know, this Putin or so. It's a fundamental choice which the EU has to make, but is not willing, is not able to make at the level of national elites because everybody is comfortable. Money is there, redistribution of money is there, setting up a regulatory framework is there, but so what? It's not relevant anymore. It's the point. So you're right, nobody wants enlargement, but actually forced to have enlargement, and after that all kind of this, you know, good argumentation, security we are not ready to deliver. But in fact, no, it's the point whether you are willing to deliver, but it's getting out of this comfort reality, and comfort reality is there.
This is interesting that I think Pavlo and Lukasz are on the same page in terms of assessing the willingness for enlargement, but totally on different page in assessing the need for reform or not need for reform of the EU. So it's kind of interesting that this is multifaceted discussion and not necessarily one thing leads to the other one. So consequences can be different from the same thesis. Please, Ivana, and then Irina.
No, we are quite aware that political elites in the European Union don't want enlargement, but the thing is that they introduced stabilitocracy concept for the Western Balkans, keeping autocrats in power in order to keep stability. But that's not the way forward, and the autocrats are not bringing stability to the Western Balkans, not either to the European Union because of the security on the borders and the rest. The other thing is that enlargement really, the European Union really needs enlargement because when they introduced the political unity and union in 1992 with Maastricht, they wanted to be a global player. So the economic integration was on one side and the political union was on the other side. They also introduced the multi-speed Europe, and they are now with the stage accession, they're going even further, in implementing multi-speed Europe concept. But that also not the way forward in order to have stronger European Union. And then 12 years ago, I wrote about my academic background is on the EU political system, not the enlargement. And the conclusion is that if the European Union wants more democracy at the supranational level, and even in the EU member states, federal elements in its functioning should prevail. But that's not possible. So if we are waiting for the European Union to be stronger, there would never be enlargement. And if the European Union wants to be a global player, they should integrate more members, and they should keep to safeguard democracy all around. So that's the only way forward, in my opinion.
Thank you. And Irina?
Yeah, I want to say that I also think that EU doesn't necessarily want to enlarge, or at least some member states, but in certain situations there is such a pressure to take important decisions that you cannot really escape this possibility. So for instance, Germany didn't necessarily want to give a candidate status to Ukraine. Maybe I will not speak about whole Germany, but about Chancellor in this case. But then eventually he was under such a pressure that he made the decision to to agree to the candidate status of Ukraine. And I think EU now comes to realize that enlargement in this situation is a security issue for the EU. EU cannot afford leaving Ukraine and Moldova and other countries in the gray zone. Russia will continue to be an empire for some time, and it's really a security existential issue for the EU. And if there is a coalition of willing in the EU, if there is a pressure from Ukraine, from expert community, I think politicians who are unwilling will have to follow. Yeah, so that's my understanding.
Thank you. Questions, please. More questions from the audience. Or we have already... Yes, please.
It is not a question, it is a comment and a little trip to the past. I would like to remind you that it is true that the elites of the EU member states now are not crazy about enlargement, but they were not in the last enlargement either, at all. I mean, accepting Poles and Czechs and Hungarians and all this, and in Southern Europe, and not only in Southern Europe, but there was this idea, okay, they're going to forget completely about us, South European members, and they will try to get us more to start being more critical with Russia, and then we will have problems with the Russians, and we do not have to have problems with Moscow and all that. So it's always, as they used to say in my times, a dialectical situation and issues. So although the elites are not so keen, the current elites are not so keen for that, that is why at the beginning I said that we do have to push them in that direction, and very strongly so, in a very systematic and well-informed manner. Thank you.
Thank you, indeed. But okay, I mean, maybe if there are any more questions, we just have really like 5 minutes to wrap up this whole session. But if there is any short question, comment, response from the audience, please. Okay, I mean, I really kind of in one of probably my last time in Brussels, I heard the discussion. I heard the thesis, which seems like was liked by everyone, that no one ever was ready for the enlargement, any sort of enlargement, in the past, in the previous years. Neither the EU nor the candidate countries who were joining. Now we are coming, as I hear, to some of the opinion that maybe no one wanted the enlargement any time before in the EU, but somehow it happened, and somehow it worked. The question is that there's different assessments of how effective it works now, and whether the whole construction is effective, and whether it needs to fit. And if so, then why, for what for? But basically, we, as I understand, we kind of really come to the, I mean, if I would make the conclusion of our discussion, my conclusion is that we really need to think about the questions first, and then we would be really able to try to find the answers. Because first of all, what for? So is it the reform for new members, for enlargement, or for something else? Then it is the question of how, and how it's not just how, but what exactly needs to be reformed, and in which way, in terms of sequence and steps, staged reform, as someone would maybe call it. And then there are more and more questions, very particular ones, like about money, about policies, about institutional setups and decision-making. And just one last story of my recent conversation with one of diplomats in Brussels, representative of one of the small Eastern European states, who shared with me how painful it is to find a consensus in the EU when they discuss sanctions on Russia. So how difficult it is to take everyone on board and find the consensus to deepen the sanctions. And then I asked him, so you're probably, you think that qualified majority voting would be really the way out, the solution. And he said, well, you know, I'm not sure now, because recently we had another situation when actually there was a push from major member states to soften sanctions on Russia. And it was only our ability to threat with veto from our small Eastern European, not Poland, another one, that stopped that attempt to decide on softening sanctions on Russia. So they might be different situations and different key security or whatever national interests, and how to combine all those interests. It's really a big challenge. I understand that there are such fundamental questions which are difficult to find consensus on the national level, and now we are speaking about finding a consensus on the level of multinational institution. So that's why it's a huge task, and there are a lot of conversations going on, and our conversation is really a unique one because we have here present member states and future member states, and it's, I think, was very fantastic exchange of opinions. I think we will continue over coffee break. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. I think that we are ready to start, so we are about to start now. While people are coming from a short coffee break, I will introduce myself. I'm Sergei Sidorenko, editor of the European Pravda, which is media and think tank here in Ukraine. We see an expert panel. The panel which says preparing for membership reforms in the candidate countries, what now and what next. And I would say that it's not about only candidate countries, but also potential candidates, because some people are very well aware of Georgian context, so it's a wider, let's say, representation. And I very much hope that we will discuss perspectives of all our countries. And before I introduce a panel to all of you, despite you have already read the list, let me do what was a kind of announced in the very beginning of this forum, a presentation of candidate check, a study which was produced by, I remember it by heart, but it would be useful to have. A study which is made jointly by a group of Ukrainian think tanks, and by the way, done pro bono. And pro bono ideas normally flies even better because people are united with joint will to create indicators for Ukrainian government to show where they are lagging behind and where Ukraine has success in implementing of those 7 candidate criteria. This is a candidate check number 5. Which means we already had 4 of them. And I would even say that this should be the last one, because I very much hope that this year we will open negotiations. And our group of experts, our expert panel, have decided that Ukraine is mostly ready, because our joint score is 891 of 10, which is quite high. It doesn't mean that we implemented 100%, but we are approaching towards it. It also means that we have some outstanding issues which have to be dealt with by Ukrainian authorities. And according to this study, it is by and large only one issue which definitely have to be dealt with. It's about anti-money laundering criteria, and only one element which is really needed. It's an introduction or reintroduction of definition of politically exposed persons in Ukrainian legislation. Now we see that this issue is attracting attention of our foreign partners, and experts do agree that the Ukrainian parliament have to find a solution. On all other reforms, we either have got very positive results, like on some of them we have got 10 of 10 score, or we had a green light from expert community, even if not everything was achieved. So these results, everyone have read that. I don't think that I have to repeat, and I invite everyone to get acquainted with that on our website of New Europe Center and of course of European Pravda. This is an important but a short presentation that I hope we will also discuss, because 2 countries, namely Moldova and Georgia, have had similar lists with more than 7, 9 and 12 as far 12 criteria, 12 for Georgia and 9 for Moldova. So let's discuss that. And in our panel, we have Olena Galushka, board member of the Anti-Corruption Action Center, who also participated in that study. We have Julian Groza, Executive Director of Institute for European Policies and Reforms from Moldova, who would present Julian is there, who would present his view of Moldova progress. І вони, I'm sorry for spelling, EU Integration Program Manager at Open Society Foundation of Georgia. We have online with us Georg Ziegler, who is advisor to the acting director of the Ukraine service in the European Commission. We have Nona Michelidze from Italy and Georgia at the same time, a senior fellow at Institute of International Affairs. We have Ton Jansen, academic fellow of Klindale Institute in the Netherlands. And we have, last but not least, a representative of, let's say, Western Balkans, Bojan Elik, Deputy Director of the Belgrade Center for Security Policy. And let's start with short reflection on both these candidate check and your vision. Was Ukraine, Moldova will get a decision to start negotiations? Whether Georgia will have a chance to step higher to get a candidate status, and whether we will have some decisions on Balkans this year, by the end of this year. So let's go very shortly with short reflections on that by the list. Olena, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So indeed, EU candidate status with post-conditionalities with the reforms list was probably the most effective leverage and tool for reform advocacy which Ukraine could have had. And indeed, a lot of the reforms from the list wouldn't have taken place without this EU push. For example, like the appointment of the finalist for the specialized anti-corruption prosecutor office, reform of the High Council of Justice, CCU reform, and others. On some issues, Ukrainian society has been much more hardcore than even the international partners, like the electronic asset declarations, which was among the conditionalities, like the track record in anti-corruption, but the society demanded and Ukrainian politicians delivered on the open registry. What I would say is that it is very important that civil society is, as those that have the first-hand experience who are on the ground, are more actively engaged in the shaping, defining those conditionalities, and then their monitoring. Something like candidate check, I think that it was indeed a very useful tool and instrument, not only to keep Ukrainian authorities mobilized to continue deliver, but also keep wider international partners informed about the dynamics. What is very important, I would like to add here that we've seen one very strong vulnerability, which I think need to be fixed before for the accession talks, and this is the relying on the Venice Commission's recommendations. Because we've seen, for example, with the Constitutional Court reform, the Venice Commission has issued in the last 3 years 6 opinions on the CCU. Some of them were contradicting each other, some had the mistakes, and eventually the opinion of the Venice Commission watered down this reform, and unfortunately civil society was demanding a much stronger reform. The situation with the national minorities was very similar, that Venice Commission issued a tone-deaf opinion protecting the Russian language, absolutely disregarding the context in which we are existing, Russian genocide of Ukrainians. Similar has been with the oligarchs, that there has been a long pause in the opinion of the Venice Commission on the de-oligarchization law, and then it came up in June, which was kind of good but non-implementable before October. So the more relying on the civil society, the less ironclad relying on the Venice Commission decisions would make the EU accession process even more effective for fixing the reforms, particularly with the focus on anti-corruption and rule of law.
Many thanks, Olena, for raising the issue of Venice Commission. Just to stress, indeed, Ukraine is setting rules in this world, and we can say that we are breaking a rule that Venice Commission is a gold standard of assessing laws. In Ukraine, it is never believed anymore, unfortunately. So, Julian, what is your position? Do you have some similar problems in Moldova?
Thank you, Sergey, and once again, congrats to our friends from New Europe Center for organizing this very interesting, very timely event. Indeed, in Moldova, we also started early this year an initiative of a group of think tanks, expert group, which is economic think tank, IPRE, which is focusing on European integration, and Legal Resource Center, which is a legal think tank. So we assembled a group of 15 experts that monitored how these 9 steps are being implemented by Moldovan authorities. So far, we published 2 reports, one in spring and one in June, and actually in July, an updated report. And our overall assessment is that Moldova is on the track of completing all the 9 steps with a good progress. In majority of the areas. The big challenge is and will be, as always, everything which is connected to anti-corruption efforts, just like in Ukraine and other countries. Rule of law is still and will be a continued effort, not only in my country, in Ukraine, and will be a continued effort and topic of this discussion, as we also have seen, by the way, in the recent paper of the working group, the Franco-German working group, the supremacy of rule of law. So, so far, our assessment is, as I mentioned, generally indicates that Moldova is on good track. In a way, the oral update that we have seen from Commission earlier in summer somehow underscores this fact. Of course, we will continue to do the monitoring effort, and we understand that these 9 steps will continue to be a preoccupation, in particular when we look at justice, rule of law, and anti-corruption effort. We understand that fundamentals will be the first cluster to be opened in terms of discussion of the negotiations with the EU, and we see these 9 steps as basically the starting point to provide the minimum baseline for continuous negotiations on that part.
Thank you, Julian. Just to sum up, do you have an overall assessment, number assessment, as we do in Ukraine? In your candidacy check, what is an overall score, if you have one?
Yes, the methodology of our work implied the 15 experts that conducted the monitoring of these 9 steps. In Moldova, we had also a reference document, which was an action plan with 60 kind of priority measures corresponding to all these 9 steps, which was approved last summer by the National Committee for European Integration. So we had basically focused our assessment based on these commitments that the government made. And what we did basically, you can find it online on euromonitor.md, the English and Romanian version, and it has actually two components. One, narrative report that summarizes the big progress, the constraints, and the recommendations. And also you have a very detailed dashboard, which is very interactive, and you can see in details on which we base our assessment. We also have scores from 0 to 5. In our recent assessment, we have scored the overall progress with 4.24 out of 5, which in general is very similar to what you guys have assessed here Moldova and in Ukraine. Yeah.
Thank you. Ivane, let's discuss Georgia. Quite a difficult story. I don't know if you have a similar assessment, but it's quite clear that democratic criteria are far from being completed. Do you expect that Georgia will have some major progress this year? And is there an expectation in civil society and generally in society of Georgia?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for this question, and I would like to start thanking to New Europe Center for organizing this event, and thank you for your kind invitation. And I also want to stress and extend the solidarity of the Georgian civil society, of not all of, but most of them, who I have talked with, and our support to Ukraine, definitely. When it comes to your question, indeed we had the similar exercise back then when Georgia was given the priorities, and it was mentioned already, we have 12 priorities to be fulfilled. Up to 30 organizations actually developed the action plan, the proposal to the government, how it needs to be addressed. And then afterwards, starting from January this year, we started to monitor how those 12 priorities are being fulfilled. If we look at the overall assessment, we produced, and there were 8 organizations led by Open Society Georgia Foundation who have been doing this exercise on a daily basis, I would say, and we produced 6 reports. The last one was produced and tabled on the 15th of September. So if we look at overall progress, it's pretty uneven, I would say, because according to our assessment, which is pretty much in line what European Commission tabled as a midterm evaluation back in June. 1 out of 12 conditions are fully fulfilled, which is about the CHR decisions to be taken into Georgian legislation. 2 priorities, which is about gender and appointment of ombudsman, are also partially fulfilled. Basically, we were using the 4 kind of grades, putting like overall assessment. And big part of them, meaning like 9 priorities, are either not fulfilled. For example, it's a de-oligarchization and depolarization, or are partially fulfilled. So where there is very limited progress in that field. I have to also to stress that I was pretty much impressed with the assessment and kind of encouragement of the minister during our previous panel when she was actually praising the work of the civil society organizations, saying that you keep them accountable. But back in Georgia, we were every time labeled as a state agents and the state traitors for monitoring these 12 priorities. That was the kind of, every time exercise of the Georgian authorities. So that's where we are standing now. So again, I will elaborate more on that when it comes to the expectations, but we also know that the decision does not have just, one dimension, the technical one, but it also has a political one. But I'll come back to that later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Georg Ziegler, it's high time to summarize Brussels' view on that. I understand that you cannot make political judgments, and as far as I understand, you are already focused on Ukraine, not on all countries of the region, but definitely you can reflect on what you see as possible outcome and where our expectations are maybe higher or lower than ones in Brussels.
No, thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. I'm very honored, and I wanted to tell you in the program, in the first versions, there was still mentioning of the support group for Ukraine, which has been existing since 2014. It's very known in Ukraine. This body, this task force ceased to exist on 31st of January, and since 1st of February, we are the Ukraine service in the European Commission. We were like 35, now we are already 65. So just to also to spread this news a little bit, the Ukraine service in the Commission is now like a SGUA XXL. So we are twice as big because we try to combine reconstruction with pre-accession. So we want to embed the pre-accession process in the reconstruction process. So to have both of them together, and I think that makes a lot of sense. This is what Deputy Prime Minister mentioned, the full synchronization of both processes. Now, coming back to your question, of course, we have seen, and this was stressed already in the first panel this morning, this new dynamism, this sense of urgency, which is now in the enlargement process, this revitalization, and it is truly stressed that this is does not mean that we are giving up on the merit-based approach. The merit-based approach is one thing, and we need to defend it. That's what President von der Leyen said in her speech last week, while at the same time we want to be much quicker. When Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina came shortly after the application for membership, she said, we don't want shortcuts, but if we are quick, please you be quick. And I think this is a little bit how this process is now organized. You were very quick in Ukraine with the replies to the questionnaire. We were very quick producing the opinion. And now, of course, as the process goes on, we try to be in this positive ping pong. And we are actually in almost daily contact with the Ukrainian experts and also at the highest level, from the president to deputy prime minister, with our commissioner, with our director general, and at that expert level. And of course, you're right, I will not disclose now our analysis of exactly how we see the 7 steps. That's why we are publishing a big report on this in a few weeks. So there will be the details, but it's true that tremendous efforts have been done. We are now still fine-tuning certain things, and we always said very clearly from the top level, if we consider the 7 steps fulfilled, we will recommend opening. And then something else starts, a process which Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina today clearly said. Then it goes to the Council, and the issue is then to convince all 27 member states that yes, there is now time to open accession negotiations. And I think that this is also from our past. The more objective we are as European Commission, in a way, the stricter we are, the higher are then the chances that we are convincing, that our recommendation will be received seriously, and will then also lead to the final result, which is then opening of the accession negotiations as such. So I think this is how we see it. You can see the 7 steps are really mainly focusing on rule of law. Rule of law issues are the key in the process, besides all the huge technical work that has to be done in so many chapters of the acquis. Today we heard the figure of 28,000 legal acts, 3,000 of them to be done in terms of legislation on the Ukrainian side. So this is a huge task, huge technical task, where you need this very high administrative capacity, which also was raised today. This is indeed absolutely necessary. But the core is the rule of law issues, and they will depend later, they will decide on the pace, on the speed of the accession negotiation. That's how the new methodology in the enlargement policy looks like, that this is determining the speed. We start with opening the rule of law chapters. These are the first to be opened and the last to be closed, because they are so essential for the credibility of the EU and for the preparedness of the candidate countries. Maybe I leave it at this, and we may further deepen it later on. Thank you.
Many thanks, Georg. That's really valuable to hear again. That rule of law chapters are really the key, and sometimes it creates challenge for all our countries, not only for Georgia that is lacking progress now, but even for those countries that have shown good result in implementing their criteria. And let me change list a bit. I think it's better to listen to Balkans experience now before we switch to representatives of the EU member state societies. So, Boyan, we used to, in Ukraine, we used to hear about enlargement in Balkans, sometimes in a negative context, that you are kind of slowing down our progress. We have to not to repeat your mistakes. And again, some countries say that without good progress in Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia would not have their benefits. How do you see that from Belgrade?
Thank you, and also I would like to start by thanking the New Europe Center for inviting me here, and maybe also to chime in on what Leo said, that we do need more people from the Western Balkans, because I think we do have a very valuable, if not maybe useful expertise, because I wouldn't say we would slow you down. There is a chance that Ukraine might speed up our accession process, because just to take Serbia, for example, where I come from, we've been negotiating almost 10 years exactly. In January, it will be 10 years since we started accession talks. And then, yes, it is, speaking of the geopolitical enlargement, which was a debate that was started in the previous panels, I would say it's not even controversial to say that it has always been a geopolitical enlargement as a policy. And just to give you a couple of examples, for example, Serbia, when we started accession talks 10 years ago, and I also started my professional career 10 years ago, so for my whole professional life I've been following what Serbia has or has not achieved. At the time, we had this so-called new approach to enlargement, which is now replaced with an even newer one, which is based on clusters, but at the time it was focused on fundamentals, the rule of law, chapters 23 and 24. But for Serbia, because of specificities of the Balkans, of course, we had also chapter 35 put at the same level as the rule of law chapters. And chapter 35 is other issues. And for Serbia and Kosovo, this is normalization of relations between Serbia and Kosovo. And this has been geopolitical criterion that was placed in the Serbian negotiation framework, and Serbia hasn't achieved much. I think Patrick mentioned in the previous panel that there has been this recent outbreak of violence. We could not even speak of normalized relations between Serbia and Kosovo. This has been the top priority for the past 10 years. And I would even say that the rule of law agenda suffered a bit because of the Western and the international community putting too much focus on normalization of relations between Serbia and Kosovo. Jovana mentioned stabilitocracy at the panel before, because we had these autocratic elites entrenched, whereas Europe was trading democracy for stability to a great extent. And now, with the onset of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, Chapter 31 popped up on top of the agenda. This is common foreign and security policy. And since the very beginning, there was a criteria that Serbia, or interim benchmark, let's use that word, technical one, that Serbia needs to align its foreign policy with the foreign policy of the EU, but it was always just mentioned in the very long country report somewhere on the maybe 88th page out of 100 or so pages. But now with this, with the war, it became a top priority. So whatever European official came to Belgrade, there were always two messages. You need to introduce sanctions to Russia, which this is basically the part of non-aligned foreign policy that Serbia refuses to introduce, and you need to continue normalization of relations with Kosovo. And I'm sorry to say that, but it appears that Serbia still refuses to align, to let's say join these sanctions against Russia. And I think you mentioned it at the beginning, can we expect something in December? Unfortunately, yes. For I have to say that, because speaking to some of the foreign officials coming from the EU, there is a chance that Serbia might open a cluster that technically has been ready to open, which is the competition cluster. Technical criteria have been met, because again, because of the geopolitical reasons, the EU needs to show that the enlargement is alive, and nobody else in the region, apart maybe from Albania, can get something in that summit. So Serbia could get a cluster open, despite backsliding on the most pressing issue in Europe today. So maybe.
Why is that unfortunate?
Unfortunate because we already had that experience with 2 years ago. Unfortunate for the people of Serbia, I want to say, and the pro-European forces within Serbia, which are increasingly less and less. So I would say, if you follow, for example, public opinion polls, for the first time ever, 2-3 years ago, there have been less than 50% of support for the EU, and it dropped even further low with the onset of the war. Public opinion polls in Serbia done 6 months ago, more Serbs will be concerned if Serbia introduced sanctions to Russia than if we abandoned our European path. So this is very disturbing. And amongst this type of development in Serbia, opening a cluster is giving credit where credit was not due. It's not merit-based. Whereas, for example, at the same time, to bring in more Western Balkan experience, you had North Macedonia, which changed name to open up its accession path. only to be blocked by France first, and now with Bulgaria. And I think it was mentioned at the previous panel, there will be these bilateral issues that get in your way. And Bulgaria is now demanding, and it's now in the negotiation framework for North Macedonia, to resolve this very bilateral issue that has nothing to do with the EU, acquis, or anything else.
Thank you very much. So quite odd picture we see in our countries. No clear mechanism which is applicable to everyone. We have problematic countries that used to negotiate for a long time. We have countries that are going to have good progress now. We have Georgia, which is stagnating to some degree. What is the EU position? Is the EU ready to have green light only for Ukraine? Do you see that European societies are, I mean, not only Ukraine and Moldova as a pair, because we are perceived in a connection. How do you see all this process from European perspective? That is a question for both our European panelists. And Nona, let's start from you with your Georgian view and Italian at the same time.
Yeah. First of all, I wanted to thank New Europe Center for organizing this conference, for inviting.
Every person starts from
there. It's a tradition. And second, let me thank the Ukrainian people because as they are fighting not only for their freedom and security, but for our freedom and security. Now, when we talk about the particular cases such as Georgia, we know that Ukraine and Moldova received the candidate status last year, and Georgia received the European perspective, which raised concern not only about Georgia's democracy credentials, but about the EU's policy towards Georgia and towards its narrative, towards the narrative the EU has created over years towards Georgia, portraying the country as a success story and as a front runner of Eastern Partnership program. No? So now the EU finds itself in a kind of awkward situation when it has to make a choice between geopolitics and democracy, and has now to deal with unintended consequences of the failure of its democracy support in Georgia. And there are some points why the democracy support in Georgia has failed, because it is impossible that you describe the country as a front runner, and all of a sudden you note that Georgia has a pro-Russian government and Georgia has a problem with the judiciary system in a reality where US sanctions 3 Georgian judges, and now you expect Georgia to implement judiciary reform in 1 month that is remaining before the decision to recommend or not to recommend the status, granting of the status to Georgia. So there has been some unintended consequences because of 3 main failures. I think one failure is to find the right balance between promoting state resilience and society resilience. The EU supporting sectoral reform in Georgia at the top level, rather than the bottom-up way, ended up to strengthen state resilience against society resilience. And now we have a state which is demonizing not only the oppositional parties and oppositional groups, but as Vano said, it is demonizing also the civil society. Which brings me to the second point. It is the absence of political conditionality. In the official discourse, EU has always pledged that Brussels will build its partnership with the foreign countries based on values. Yet, in reality, it never applied political conditionality as it was implied in the official discourse. Now, Brussels for years abstained itself to criticize the Georgian government, or at best, the criticism has remained mild and weak. And even now, if you check the
Twitter of the EU delegation in Tbilisi, you will see no tweet in support of civil society organizations in Georgia. Third point, and this resonates what we heard in the previous panel. Ivana said, if I'm not mistaken, that somehow EU, by supporting authoritarianism and autocrats in Balkans, thought that it would bring about the stability in Balkans. The same happened also in Georgia. I think that by giving a priority to stabilization rather than to the promotion of democracy, we ended up in a reality where now we, as a Brussels, as a Europe, are in front of this choice that if we don't grant Georgia with the status, and some would argue that Russia will profit out of it because it will further strengthen its foothold in Georgia. If we grant Georgia with status, then we put ourselves and our credentials under the question mark, because it's unthinkable that Borrell 2 weeks ago says that out of 12 conditions, Georgia met only 3. And if you look at the foreign policy issues, Borrell said, Georgia, when it comes to EU foreign policy and then how far Georgia follows the EU foreign policy priorities, we are at 43%. So it is unthinkable that now to believe that in 1 month period left, Georgia will meet other 8 conditions and will somehow upgrade also or meet the foreign policy requirement from the EU.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ton, you are from Netherlands now. So Netherlands is one of countries that have dramatically changed their attitude towards Ukraine during this 1.5 years of big war. And now, sometimes for us, for Ukrainians, it sounds strange that Netherlands are supporting our European integration. But how far Den Haag is already to maybe not compromise on values, but maybe the close eyes a bit on some, non-perfect implementation of criteria, of laws, and so on?
So thank you very much, Serge. You're really tempting me here to say some things on behalf of the Dutch government, but just to give a disclaimer as well, right, in terms of am I representative of the EU member states, I think we should call Charles Michel to do that, if we can get him on the line. And in terms of the Dutch government, I work for an independent think tank, but that gives me also some luxury, actually, maybe to share you some honest thoughts about this Dutch position. But first, I mean, it's been said before, I'll continue the tradition. Huge thanks to New Europe Center, and actually for me, this is also a huge personal honor to be here. It's almost been 10 years since the Revolution of Dignity. I remember watching it live, and it was the first moment where I actually felt I'm proud to be European. And it's been a while since then that I felt it again, maybe when in Georgia the European flag waving happened in response to the foreign agent law. Anyway, just to make the point about that, because Pavlo mentioned the sort of question about, what is the European Union's right to exist in the 21st century? I think this is part of the answer, right? That there's this mutual existential legitimacy between Ukraine's and the candidate countries' right quest to become European and the European Union's right to exist in the 21st century, that this is about real dependency, right? Democracy and values rather than dependency based on gas or energy, right? Anyway, so some points about, I want to make some points about the capacity building, how the candidate countries can make this sort of link between internal reform and their communication with the EU, and then maybe for dessert, if I have time still to go a bit about the Dutch position. So we'll keep dessert for last. And it's also tactical because then I can maybe skip it at the end of the point. So maybe first, not to Westplain, right, what needs to happen in terms of reforms, but just sharing my own experiences with some accession trainings that we did for both Moldova and Ukraine. And I want to share the experience with the training for Ukrainian civil servants and diplomats, because you can sense they have a war mentality, right? They have a war mentality. They also apply to their accession pathway. This first day that we had this training, the dam broke down. It exploded. Still, nonetheless, the civil servants, diplomats, they all logged in at the right time, right? They were very committed. And you can feel this reform energy, right? Also in the way that they are hungry also for capacity building and for let's say, for building these trainings. But then the challenge is expectation management, right? When it comes to actually what is required. And I remember asking a question at the beginning, how long do you expect the process to take, right? And the average response was 2 years. And I heard today as well, Minister Stefanisha, she mentioned, right, that this means, and she also said this at GLOBSEC earlier in the year, 2 years for domestic reform, right? Not 2 years for the EU to be prepared, but 2 years for domestic reform. But I want to make a point that this, this is kind of playing 5D chess, right? You're playing in tandem, not just the internal reform, which I think Ukraine is very ready and very able to do in 2 years, but you're also, right, we talked about this before, EU reform, then there's EU's public opinion, and how do you convince the publics? There is the bilateral member state issues, right, the political points. And at the very last thing, and that's what I want to talk about a bit more, is the fact that negotiations, once you get the negotiations, let's say, opening, it's not really negotiation, right? It's a very technical process. It's a trust-building exercise. And if you want to get on this EU accession train, right, and you want to pass the stations and not end up like Sisyphus pulling a boulder up a hill and it rolling back down every time, how do you make yourself technically ready, right? And some words about this. I want to just sprinkle some thoughts in, and yeah, we'll see how many of these actually we can continue talking about. But first, the difference between the political and the technical negotiations, right? The engagements at COELA, at the council level, will be very different. The language, the culture of the institution compared to the Commission working groups, right? On the technical, let's say, line ministry level. And then there's effective cultural alignment. So there was a good study made by Smolinski, actually, that sort of tried to see the negotiation culture of the acceding countries, right? How that matches with those of the European Commission. So how can you get cultural alignment in terms of the negotiation style and what effect that has on your negotiation successes, right? And it's very clear the more aligned you are on this culture, the more successful you also are. And that goes back to this point about, the reform energy versus the language that's required to speak. Finally, some very practical things as well, right? The readiness for the technical negotiations also requires that the staff members who are engaging in these negotiations, that they have sufficient pay, right? That you have continuity of expertise and continuity of engagement. English language also, let's say, requirements. Knowledge of the process. And this is kind of my final point, that it's important to think about how to structure these negotiations, right? What kind of model you want to use when you enter these negotiations. I think Serbia had one very successful thing, is the way they structure the negotiations, right? Big inclusion of civil society, but for negotiation positions, right? The civil society had to kind of sign off on these positions. So how do you learn from experts from the Western Balkans, right? From other countries in the trio that are right now negotiating their accession. How to work in tandem. That's also a very key point. And finally, and I'll close off on this, strategic communication, right? I mean, for people like Paula to do her job, right? To explain to citizens, right, in the European Union as well, what this means, what enlargement means, and what it means for EU reform, right? I think Ukraine and other countries in the accession also candidacy, they are very well adapted at maybe converting this energy, right? This reform energy also into external communication. So that the tech savviness and the sort of the PR, the Twitter diplomacy that these countries have displayed, right, to also convert this into reaching out to the EU member states and to sell to their public the candidacy, right? And then I'll leave the Dutch position for dessert if there is a need for this. Thank you.
So, I'm a big fan of dialogue. So I invite everyone to prepare their questions. And as a moderator, I will misuse my role and will start with my question. And please raise hand or prepare to raise hand who will be the next. And my question is to Georg Ziegler. I hope you're here and you hear us. Yeah, super. so you hear, despite we were discussing a lot political influence and so on, of course I do understand that you cannot answer on that, but you definitely do aware of technical part. We used to know that earlier on, EU enlargement report was prepared well in advance, and if you do not close some outstanding issue before, let's say, early summer, you will definitely not pass into enlargement reform which is issued in October. Now we have a special situation, and even those countries that have shown good progress, which are Moldova and Ukraine, they are amending the legislation right now, and both recognize that there are some outstanding issues that they are going to solve right now, while we have only 1 month before enlargement report is issued. Is that possible, that Commission will take into account special situation and will consider these last-minute changes in their opinion?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, this is one of the exceptions we do. Normally, we have a cutoff date for our report, but for the 7 steps, we will take into account even last-minute development. So there's a few weeks to go to tie everything up and to really get it right. And as I mentioned, there is a lot of back and forth in terms of dialogue, almost daily exchanges on what that means, what still needs to be sorted out, etc. So in that sense, indeed, we will take into account until last minute the developments on the ground to make it. Of course, we would like to recommend opening of negotiation. There is this new dynamism. We want to keep the momentum, but the devil is in the detail, and we something still need to be sorted out. But myself, I'm optimistic. It will be more difficult than to have the 27 consensus. That's of course then the next challenge. So to make it until the end of the year, to have really the opening. And then of course all the other things come. And I think one important thing which was mentioned during the day as well is what can be done in the meantime, while we then engage in accession negotiations, a process which by definition takes a while and takes a number of years. Can there be some tangible results on the way to accession? And I think here Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishin and others, I think Katarina Matanova, EU ambassador this morning, clearly said we have this very special and unique accession association agreement. Of course, Georgia and Moldova have a similar one, but the one that is most deep is the one with Ukraine, which even has this summit. And there are many things that are still unexploited. So we have, for example, the internal market treatment. That's something which we could do before accession in certain services sectors, and roaming is one of them. We have just right now updated the annex to the association agreement, and now Ukraine, the ball is now in the court of Ukraine to embrace the roaming acquis and to implement the roaming acquis, and then we can start already doing roaming, something which is normally roaming free, something which is normally only done for member states. So that's a concrete example. Another example is the ACAS, the Schengen for goods, as you call it. Here we are working on opening this for 3 sectors. But as here again, also the technical work is quite cumbersome and quite lengthy, so one should not underestimate it. But there are concrete things which we have in the association agreement, DCFTA, which we can use and we can put in place before accession. I think this is worth remembering. And that's a big difference to the Western Balkan agreements, because they are much smaller. They are not so ambitious compared to the one for the trio countries. Over to you.
Many thanks for that. Is anyone ready to ask question in the hall? Yeah, so we have the first one in the first row. While Mike is preparing, I am just recalling some key topics. So, all countries are different. We have had geopolitical influence on negotiations in almost every country, and very surprisingly, before that, we already had negative examples of political influence or geopolitical decisions on the process. In Ukraine, we have a positive. So let's discuss later that as well, but now let's go to the whole.
Hi, Petr Selimi again. We had a Bled conference some weeks or months ago in which Michel said that 2030 is a date in which realistically we can expect enlargement round to somehow start or complete, or which subsequently even became a sort of Bled pledge by Minister Fajon of Slovenia, upgrading it into some sort of not formal but symbolic pledge. So my question is really very simple. Just I'm intrigued by this panel of enormous experts who have been working on this issue for years, and they know the pulse in Brussels. Do you think, and again it can be a very short answer from each, 2030 is realistic pledge for your countries to join EU?
Very good question, but I have to ask Georg, are you ready to reflect on that too, or you leave it for other participants while you're here on screen?
No, I can briefly reply to the latest question. I remember myself when Chancellor Kohl, German Chancellor, went to the Polish Parliament and had a speech and said, "You will join in 2000." It didn't work out. It was in the end 2004. It's not so far away from 2000, but still, we should keep in mind the ratification process as such takes 18 months and maybe a few months what could gain, but it's a lengthy thing. So even when you are done with the accession treaty, you still have to count this 1.5 years. So that's why, in my view, 2030 is a good goal. It's always good to have a goal, but we can never give this as a binding target. So let's have it as a target. We should also remember that if we link it with reconstruction, and in the end, Ukraine should come out and wants to come out as a very modernized state, which will then be joining, that the reconstruction process also will not be done overnight, will not be done within 2 years. It's also a lengthy process, and it goes hand in hand. I think this is optimal. So I think it's a good target. Whether in the end it will be realistic, we will see. But if we follow what I mentioned before, this deal with Ukraine, if you are quick, we are quick, I think then we might get pretty close in 2030 to accession. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So let's go through panel with the same questions, in the same order as it was in the first introduction. Olena, Ukraine, would we be the EU member in 2030?
When I'm discussing this topic very often with different experts, I'm hearing, something like 2 years from very optimistic, mostly Ukrainians, to, I don't know, a few decades from very not optimistic, mostly Western Europeans. What I can tell is that we as the civil society in Ukraine will definitely use the leverage of the EU accession to make Ukrainian government do the reforms. But at a certain point, we realized that probably we would also need to do some advocacy in the EU. And here I remember very well the Visa Liberalization Action Plan, which was a very comprehensive, very good list of reforms, which was super helpful in 2014, 2015. But at a certain point, when Ukraine implemented everything, and the EU stuck in the discussion of the visa suspension mechanism, Ukrainian politicians, started questioning the very painful reforms, and they just launched back then electronic asset declaration system, which is the most advanced reporting mechanism for income and assets of all of the public officials. So they kind of, starting to also put pressure that we've delivered everything, where is the Europeans' side delivery? So I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of, advocacy both on the Ukrainian government and on the European Union to make sure that both deliver on their commitment, because that's very important for sustainability. But the last point I would like to add here is that EU accession will take some time, that's true. But if we speak about the recovery, sustainable economic growth, return of the refugees, foreign investors coming to Ukraine, they won't come without sustainable security guarantees. So the EU accession should go together with NATO accession, and NATO accession should be much faster.
Thank you, Elena. So we've heard a cautiously skeptical approach towards 2030 in Ukraine. Julian, what about Moldova? Moldova is setting a 2030 goal for itself for readiness, for internal readiness. Do you see this goal as achievable for the EU readiness as well?
Well, first of all, I think if to compare the narratives and rhetoric that the EU had at the beginning of the mandate of this Commission and the statements we hear from President von der Leyen and President Charles Michel, there is a huge difference. You remember, no enlargement until the end of the term of this Commission was the announcement at the beginning of this Commission. At the end of this Commission term, we hear that we have an ambitious goal for 2030 for the countries to be ready to join the European Union. I think that is also important to mention. Second, if you look at the previous enlargement processes, the negotiation processes that Croatia or the previous waves of enlargement had, then you would see that there was an average of 4 to 6 years of negotiations. So I think is it 2030 a realistic time frame for negotiation to complete accession negotiation? Well, it depends. There are many factors. Most important is the merit-based approach. It is a technical process of negotiations, but it is, of course, a political and, if you want, geopolitical decision that the EU has to take. So for Moldova, I think 2030 is a realistic target. And I think it's very important for us to understand that we need targets, we need deadlines, we need milestones, and I think this is one of the lessons learned from the enlargement process so far when you look at the Western Balkan countries. So we need that deadline. So the short answer to your question is, I think it is realistic for majority of the accession countries to advance accession negotiations to the point that they're ready to sign the agreement and to go through a ratification process. Will it be by 2030? I mean, the proper accession? We shall see.
Thank you. Ivana, is there a place for a miracle in this world?
Well, one thing what I have to say is that, I mean, it's never the issue to make the predictions when it comes to the future and the enlargements, because I remember 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we were sitting not in this room, but in this city and discussing about EU integration, and it was a kind of scene saying that these countries will join the EU. 3 years after, we are in the process talking about the accession negotiations to be open. So you never know what would happen. So it might happen, it might not. So it's not something which we can predict at this stage, because there are a lot of determinants which has an influence on that. But at the same time, frankly speaking, I don't really trust what comes out from and what was asked here and what was basically set as a deadline, because I remember that the non-paper back years ago when Jean-Claude Juncker's commission published, it was saying that by 2025 at least 2 Western Balkan countries were supposed to join the EU. We are almost 1 year away from that, and it's not really possible to see 2 countries, even at least one, joining the EU. Yeah, indeed. So not really, but again, we never know, because it's not something which we can predict.
Bojan, regarding Balkan expertise, which countries of those in Western Balkans are realistically can be among those that can become ready? And a more specific question on my side. Sorry, you are the only person from Balkans, so more attention to you. If Ukraine and Moldova would be ready before other Balkan countries, what would happen to your view?
Thank you. Well, I would say that 2030 it's a plausible date, but most probably not for all. So I guess you could do it by 2030 for some of the countries. Most would not.
Which?
I would say Montenegro is the front runner that could probably do it first. It has the least obstacles. I'm thinking, and now I'm talking in terms of obstacles, not necessarily merit. So it should be Montenegro, Albania potentially as well, because it doesn't have any bilateral issues that's blocking. I would say then North Macedonia, Serbia and Kosovo, I would put them pretty much in the same box, unless something dramatic changes and there is a huge tectonic shift in the way things are being done now, especially with Serbia and Kosovo, because we've been stuck for more than 2 decades. And then I don't think that Bosnia and Herzegovina has an honest chance. But also we forgot Turkey. Turkey is still in this mix of countries. Nobody even mentions it. It's been negotiating for almost 20 years now. So this also should be taken into account. And your second question, I guess it was about the...
if Ukraine would be faster.
It already made some people feel that injustice has been done to them when you applied for membership and it was approved. So I would say it would not light the fire under our asses, if I may quote one of you officials who said that, oh, just wait for the country report to come out and to see how well Ukraine is doing on anti-corruption agenda. It will, I'm quoting, light fire under up your government's asses. And I don't think it's going to happen, because we've been in this process for a while. There is already this fatigue among the population, and the citizens have become disenfranchised from the EU, unfortunately. I'm talking about Serbia. In other countries, it's not maybe the worst scenario. And also maybe to just reflect, in 2018, EU came out with this credible enlargement strategy where 2025 was mentioned as the first plausible date that if countries really put their efforts could potentially join. In 2018, it also looked plausible if you really put the efforts in, but we can now see that none will make it by this date.
A huge drop of realism in our dreams.
I guess.
An overall perspective, how do you see among those countries from Western Balkans and those from Eastern Partnership, who are realistically those who can be mentioned among 23 potential members?
I know less Balkan reality. I will comment more on 2030 as a deadline. While I don't disapprove setting deadlines, because I think it's also necessary in order to give push to the process, and maybe you will then postpone the deadline. I think it is not a realistic deadline, but I see no tragedy in it, because we all remember that before the Russian aggression against Ukraine, all Eastern Partnership countries have put enormous fatigue and insistence during the Eastern Partnership Forum in order to make Brussels to put in the joint statement that these countries had European perspective. Brussels was reluctant to give European perspective to these countries, and then because the war happened, Brussels decided to give the status, and I think that also this diffused opinion that if we don't witness kind of the fast-track enlargement process, this brings about the delusion. In this country, it's not really true, because the people know how much fatigue it is to go through the process. So I think they will be okay if they will not be part, at least Georgia. I don't know, Ukraine, for example, for sure for them the reality is different, but for Georgia, for sure 2030 is kind of unrealistic deadline, especially if we think that the next year the Georgian dream can win the elections and be re-elected in the country.
John, I'm not sure if it is a time when you are prepared also to answer my first question, but it's up to you.
Maybe, I mean, first of all, right, we have elections in the Netherlands in November. Whoever wins, I think we can be pretty sure that we will stay part of the European Union at least until 2030, right? That's one. But to give you a very non-typically Dutch, very indirect answer to your question, so I think 3 points that already a lot of has been said, right? But just to add to this, I think one is the inclusion, like you already mentioned as well, the participation of NGOs, but I mean, also particularly in terms of some best practices. Ms. Stefanisha already referred to this, that sometimes the NGOs are tougher than Brussels, right? In Ukraine and other countries. And I want to just drop the example of Prozoro, sort of the public procurement, right? Transparent public procurement digital platform. I've heard that now actually the civil service of Ukraine is also creating a platform called Pulse of Accession, where we can have insights, right, for every chapter, once we have the technical negotiations, insight into every part of the chapter, what the progress is. And it also enables journalists and other NGOs in the EU to make the case for the membership, right? So I think this is a very good best practice, this sort of open, transparent digital tracking. Two, getting in touch with interest groups in the EU, right? So let's say we are negotiating on driver's licenses standards, right? Best person to talk to will be the representative in the EU of the umbrella organization for drivers, the Federation for Driver Associations, right? Sort of this learning to internalize the way that the EU works, and having this sort of multi-level governance also means getting in touch with interest groups in the EU. I think this would also accelerate the timeline. And lastly, thirdly, yeah, capacity building. And this relates to both trainings of the practice of the technical negotiations, but it also relates on rule of law, let's say, fundamentals, very much. I think if all these things also happen, these three things, and there's political will, and there's a positive outcome here in terms of the scenarios of the current conflict, then I think we can do 2030. But I'm by no means an expert. Yeah.
Thank you. We had quite a good round on 2030. If there is another question in the room? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question about the geopolitical dimension of the enlargement, in particular about Serbia. Because if we assume that there is a strong geopolitical logic, and you tell us that actually Serbia is increasingly pro-Russian, don't you think that it could eventually create an irreparable divorce between Europe and Serbia? And I suspect that other candidates would also fear another potentially pro-Russian member states within the Union. So how do you see this geopolitical dimension playing against the prospect of EU membership for Serbia? And a more general question, still related to geopolitical dimension. Many of you, and I think it was interesting, said that in a way the EU has to be stricter when the criteria are not respected. It's not helping civil society and pro-European parties to be permissive and to be soft with those who do not respect European values and objectives. But on the other hand, when the European Union representatives are willing to do that, the response is, be afraid of geopolitical consequences. If you do that, if you push the deadline further away, perhaps we will talk with the Russians, perhaps we will talk with the Chinese, and so on and so forth. So how do we balance this objective of being strict strict in terms of supporting the genuine objective of accession and being honest also with civil society, who is also promoting those values, and on the other hand, this informal blackmail that is often presented, that actually if you do not provide a credible prospect, some countries may be happy to look somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question is, I guess, for everyone, or yeah. So let's start from Balkans.
Thank you. We recently had a 5-day school on Russia's influence in the Western Balkans, specifically focusing on Serbia, and it's interesting to understand how it works. So definitely I would say that the logic works, but also from the Serbian perspective. Now, especially in these circumstances, it makes more sense to maintain ties with Russia because it increases its price for the West, the US and the EU, and our president, again I have to say unfortunately, has been managing to maneuver quite well in these very troubled waters of the international politics at the time, because at the same time he's presenting himself as the protector of the Russian interest in Serbia, because if somebody else comes, Putin, you will lose all the access that you have, but also at the same time by carefully manipulating the public opinion polls, putting pro-Russian propaganda in the media, also playing with the West, saying that I'm the one who's preventing all these pro-Russian hordes that you see in the streets, coming and taking over the power, which kind of leaves him very comfortable, or now less comfortable, but still very firmly seated in his place. So, but it also connects a bit with the second question, that whether if you push too hard, somebody might look somewhere else. And this was a genuine fear from many European diplomats that I've had the chance to talk to, where the first question they would ask is, if we push Serbia too hard away from Russia, will we push it too hard maybe, so it will opt for something else? And then we had to reassure them that there is nowhere else for Serbia to turn to, because it's whatever the Europeans call us, the soft underbelly or the inner backyard courtyard, but it's there. There is no land bridge to Russia. Serbia cannot, expect land invasion from Russia to protect it. We've seen that in the 90s, where Serbia actually, during the conflicts of 1998, 1999, was playing this card. Yes, Russia will come in our aid against the NATO, but it did not happen, and it's not going to happen. So I think it's a very tricky formula, but also the interest that Russia has in the region is just troublemaking, and uses Serbia and Kosovo as a leverage for Serbia. But then Serbia also is not in a warm brotherly embrace with Russia. It uses it strategically for Kosovo purposes as well. And the main promoter of Russian influence in Serbia is the Serbian government. We have Sputnik there, we have Russia Today. They need to put up a little bit of makeup when they push Russia propaganda, but we have state-sponsored media where there is completely and not even trying to hide Russian propaganda there, and that's the work of the Serbian government, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you. Among other participants who would like to address an issue of it's not about Balkans, I guess. It's more in general.
So then maybe this is a good connection also to finally answer your question about the Dutch rule of law position. So the quote is, they always repeat this, right, as well, we're strict, fair and engaged. And it used to be just strict and fair, and now it's strict, fair and engaged, right? And I think the key thing here, this addition, is that, and this is just to clarify also the positioning, right, and what the added value is. So yes, the Netherlands organizes through its embassies a sort of a separate screening in a way of the reforms being made in the candidate countries. But this is in no means, let's say, detached from the regular process that the Commission organizes to check the progress in the candidate states. But what is different is that we have, let's say, in the embassies, we have a dedicated staff, senior staff, that specifically focuses on rule of law aspects. And this is, I think, something unique compared to the other EU member states. France, Germany, they do have, let's say, political officers, but not dedicated rule of law experts. So this is the key difference, and that allows for an own information position. It allows for local experts who have ties with the local civil servants to have a better understanding and better leverage, also in the Dutch government rather than the ministry. and that also allows it to be more merit-based because of the technical expertise that is woven into the assessment process. I think the idea here really much is that there is a genuine desire to make the public administration ready for accession, and this is why this extra layer, let's say, of the screening procedure takes place, and to guarantee the own information position, because the Netherlands, I think, wants to position itself also as an ally, as a sort of tough, fair but engaged sort of lawyer, also for the case of the candidate countries vis-à-vis the other member states and vis-à-vis the European institutions. So in that sense, I think it is an ally, and we should also grow those kind of those ties. Yeah.
Thank you, Elena.
So in case of Ukraine, it is pretty easy because there is a very big demand in the Ukrainian society for the reforms. And since the Revolution of Dignity, Ukrainians have been naming Russian war and corruption as top threats to our national security. During the full-scale invasion, basically this zero tolerance to corruption was even more galvanized because Ukrainians understand that it's about our resilience and our strength to be fighting back. And this case with the declarations is very good because the European Union and other partners basically demanded the restoration of the electronic declaration system. And the parliament passed this law with some vulnerabilities, but to restore. And over just 2 days, the petition to the president collected 83,000 votes, sending a very clear signal to Ukrainian president and the parliament what the society demands. So there is huge societal demand, and European Union and other partners have the instruments to channel this demand into the very concrete policy recommendations to be implemented via the accession process.
Yeah, Nona?
Yes, maybe on the question of Pierre regarding geopolitics vis-à-vis democracy, I think the problem is precisely in this to present geopolitics, EU geopolitics, as something that runs against democracy, because EU has always been normative power, and it has been credible on the international arena, playing that kind of role of being normative power, because the war in Ukraine demonstrated us that without the US, the EU has not credibility when it comes about the security. So despite all the talks about the EU's strategic autonomy, because there is no strategic autonomy if you don't have autonomy in the security field. Now you said, what if you disregard geopolitics when refusing granting the status to some countries, and then some countries may look on another side? Well, in Georgian case, Georgia is already doing this. I mean, Georgia has a pro-Russian government since there is an informal governor who made his wealth in Russia. And he's accountable only towards Russia and the Kremlin. Georgia is developing its relations with China. They started to develop this relations some years ago, and what if really Brussels thinks that now out of geopolitical reasoning we should give the status to Georgia, it will end up in a reality when Georgia remains pro-Russian, Georgia will continue to develop relations with China, and Georgian dream will be granting with a status to give a push to pre-electoral campaign in order to win the election next year.
Thank you, Nona. So we already have the next guest, so it's high time to sum up our panel. But before that, I will ask her a difficult question. Not sure if everyone would be ready to elaborate, but anyway, I would limit you just to 1 minute, or let's say 30 seconds to 1 minute for everyone. So the question of the panel is what next? But let's focus on that question, given that not only Ukraine have problems with rule of law, but corruption, with values. We have some countries in the EU that are backsliding on this track. So what's next when Ukraine and some other countries are progressing? Some EU countries are regressing. Does it harm? What can we expect? If someone can sum up it shortly, Bayan?
I can start with, again, focusing on the countries within the enlargement process. I think it's very important. I think, again, Jovana mentioned in the previous panel, democratization, because with these new ideas about the state accession, sectoral integration, it seems like we are now in the process of divorcing Europeanization from democratization, and I think it's very dangerous, especially for the Western Balkans that had suffered the biggest, and again, Serbia has suffered the biggest decline it's in free fall in pretty much any ranking of free media, democratic quality, freedom of elections, etc. So I think it's very important to keep democratization on the EU agenda, and I think there is a danger that it might fall through the cracks of these new ideas that are popping up.
Yeah, colleagues, does anyone have something to say? Yulian, yes.
Just briefly, I think there is a clear lesson learned that without democracy, you cannot advance to the EU, but at the same time, without security as well. Mm-hmm. And there is a huge interlink here, because when we talk about Moldova, building up institutions, strengthening the resilience, addressing security threats that we face, is as important as preserving democratic and rule of law process. So that is, I think, the answer.
Thank you, and I still hope that Georg is with us, and if you are here, please say a word, a message to Ukraine, which sees these difficult processes in the EU and see requests or demands from the EU to have progress on all this area. So what is your message? You are muted. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I do.
Yes. Yeah. No, I think you asked what's next. I think next is now really to get over the finishing line in the next few weeks for the Commission to be able to recommend opening. Then there will be this very intensive weeks before the European Council to find a consensus on opening of negotiations. Then the next step is negotiation framework and the first intergovernmental conference. I think I see it rather in these procedural terms, and I think if Ukraine, with the high degree of resilience and with this determination, which we have been noticing and which we appreciate a lot, then I'm optimistic that we can go quite into the accession negotiations and carry them solid, but still in a quicker way than we so with the Western Balkans. And I think, and that's maybe also a final word on the Western Balkans, I've been dealing with Western Balkan countries in the past, and while they were in the beginning a bit hesitant to see, they were afraid Ukraine goes like with a Ferrari and they will have to sit in the waiting room. I think now the mood has changed, that's at least my observation. They see that the Ukrainian application has led to a revitalization of the whole enlargement policy, so they also benefit from this new momentum. So in this sense, all the countries need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all our participants for a really interesting exchange of views and discussion. Thank you. So in European, or let's say in international terms, Igor is a presidential advisor on I would say European vector of foreign policy.
Euro-Atlantic.
And Euro-Atlantic, yeah, because both are very important for Ukraine, and I would say that both are interconnected. It was very much discussed today during this exchange of views. So today we had quite a few discussions about a future of Ukraine and Moldova in the EU, about challenges that Georgia is now facing, and while with really huge political challenges to get to our status in relations. And just now we were discussing 2030 goal for Ukraine and Moldova, for Georgia, and for Balkan countries. 2030 is a year which was named by Charles Michel quite recently in at Bled Forum. And now we see that the European Commission is even discussing possible ways to function with 36 members. So it means that they are discussing officially at General Affairs Council level how can they deal with that. Now it's not a theoretical issue, it's a practical issue. How does Ukraine see that? How does Ukraine prognose, how does Ukraine assess 2030 goal which was set publicly by Charles Michel?
Thank you, Sergei. First of all, thank you, Alona, for invitation. And why I mentioned this Euro-Atlantic vector, because this is the Euro-Atlantic vector which prevented me to be here with you today in the morning during the first panel, because, you know, we hosted NATO Secretary General today in Kiev, and he was meeting my president, and really we had a very good discussion as far as our Euro-Atlantic perspectives are concerned, but this is another story. We will not take the bread of Sergei as a Euro integrator, first of all, rather than the Euro-Atlanticist. Answering your question, how does Ukraine like it? We like this process more for this. We provoke this process.
2030?
We provoke this process of discussion in the Commission of how to change the structure of the decision making. Yes, you're rightfully telling about 36, and they are discussing it not only on the GAC meetings. I remember that many such things were mentioned during the recent State of the Union address of Madam von der Leyen, when, for instance, she was talking about the need to totally revise the agriculture policy of the European Union, understanding that when Ukraine will enter the EU and in the process of the accession negotiations, which I absolutely agree with the previous speakers, is already a bureaucracy rather than the political decision. Let's keep our fingers crossed. They do understand in the Commission and in the European Union members that this is inevitable, that Ukraine will become a part of the European Union, become a part of the European family sooner rather than later. Again, I do not want even to speculate about the possible dates and timelines, how long will it take, the accession negotiations. Useless. Because we will be negotiating in absolutely difficult geopolitical circumstances, which never before they had in the European Union. And we will be having quite a new experience and quite a new way towards the European Union, even comparing to our closest friends and neighbors, or the recent countries who became the members to the European Union. So yes, we are ready to be the part of this discussion of how to transform the decision-making process in the EU, especially taking into the account that we are also suffering from this process now. I mean, we, as Ukraine, being the candidate country, being very close to beginning of, or to the decision on accession negotiations, again, probably here before me, there were much more experienced people talking to you about the progress in the 7 recommendation implementation. Madam Olga Stefanishina, who is in charge of this process in Ukraine, we are really very close, and really this is the bureaucracy which needs to do its job, and we see that it does it in the right way. Despite that, bureaucracy is also the bureaucracy in the European Union, not less than it is in Ukraine or any other country. But we're thinking now about the perspective, right you are, and right you are that we will be watching this process of internal transformation in the EU. The most important thing, if this possible transformations will start, will not they affect the pace and the tempo of Ukraine's entry in the EU? And here, many member states are warning my president when he meets them, telling, look, I mean, this is a trap where Ukraine can find itself, because if you start the process of reforming the institutions in the EU, there is a danger that the process of entering for new countries, including Ukraine, can be again postponed. And again, I'm talking not only about Ukraine, but the Balkan countries. Remember how they tried to make a clash between Ukraine and Balkan countries ahead of the candidate status for Ukraine. We removed this clash. We're now in very good connections with the Balkan countries. Just recently in Athens, my president met practically each and every leader on the Balkan countries, and each and every meeting we discussed our joint way towards European integration. And before answering to your next question, you mentioned Moldova and Georgia. They are lucky to have Ukraine. I will reiterate you, I know that you don't like this, but I will reiterate that Moldova has used the momentum. Good for them. I'm in favor. We are coordinating our policy of European integration. I'm in constant contact with my colleagues. Just today, I know you had the NSA representative, new National Security Advisor. I had a separate meeting with him yesterday. We discussed, among other things, our joint integration to the European Union. I will not comment now on Georgia, on obvious reasons. But in any case, Ukraine will be doing its own job. We do really feel, we do really hope, and we do really understand that we have all the rights to become to be on the next stage, which is accession negotiations. We will be there. Yes, we will be preparing after this positive decision in December the next stages, which are the intergovernmental conference, to start the negotiations as soon as possible.
Igor, let me focus on one word in your previous answer. This word is if. You say that if the process of reform in the EU starts, so you mean that we can avoid that? It looks quite odd because on official level, in all statements by both Brussels officials and member states who are taking decision, we hear that as an inevitable step. What makes you believe that it is if, not when?
Well, it's certainly, once again, Ukraine is now officially not the part of the EU. We're only a candidate country. So it's the decision of the EU members and the leadership of the EU, both presidents themselves. Obviously, they should need to do this, because look what is happening already now with the decisions which have been taken when one or several countries have been blocking this. And I'm not only talking about our favorite country, but I'm also talking about the recent examples how the member states of the EU break the EU legislation, break the EU acquis communautaire, break the principles of the free trade, break the principles of Ukraine-EU association agreement, including deep and comprehensive free trade area, and unfortunately, we do not see the quick reaction of the Commission according to the law. Should it be somehow changed, or should be the actions introduced immediately if this or that member breaks the EU regulation?
Probably it means that the reform is really needed.
Yes.
So why do you think that we can avoid that?
No, when I'm talking if, I'm meaning more the timelines. Again, there can be several approaches possible. You can, again, we can speculate here, we're not members of the EU, but you can start the reform already now, but let us remind ourselves how the reform, when the previous founding treaties were changed. You remember how difficult it was to find the consensus. So imagine if now they start the process of changing the founding treaties. How long will it take? So this is one approach. Another approach is probably to absorb as many countries as possible as of now. We do remember this so-called last criteria, which is absorbing capacity, and then to start the reforms. What is better, for us, let's speculate. You understand. Probably for us it's better to be as far as possible in this process. So yes, definitely this system of decisions probably need change. But again, it's not Ukraine to advise. Ukraine can keep a watchful eye, can suggest something. You know, we are very good at suggesting very creative decisions. We will be proceeding with this. And not only on Ukraine-EU path. My president is in constant communication with both presidents, President Michel and President Ursula von der Leyen. And yes, at the communications with them, we're discussing the future process of Ukraine integration and how it will enable EU to be stronger from one side, but from another side, you're rightfully saying about how it will affect the decision-making process and the functioning of the Union. We will be active. For a longer period of time, we are already active in terms of EU-Ukraine relations. That was not the case before, but throughout the last three years, what is proposed by Ukraine to the EU partners is implemented. I'm not only talking about, let's take the last EU-Ukraine summits. Almost 2/3 of the joint statements were drafted in Ukraine and then took into account in the relevant EU institutions and among the member states. This was not the case previously. We will be suggesting our initiatives and are suggesting our initiatives in terms of our sectoral cooperation, because the process of integration, of joining the EU, of starting the accession negotiations is one thing, but parallelly, not waiting for this, we are integrating our sectors in the EU single market. Look what happened with our energy sector, right in the beginning of the open aggression. No one expected it. When we were telling to the member states we're going to have it immediately, said, no, come on, I mean, we are member states don't have this, and so we are having it already now. I'm just giving you one example. I'm not talking about another sector. So we will be as creative and as proactive as possible. Otherwise, we are in the risks of lagging behind. I just remember one comparison which was given to me by one of the EU functionaries. Oh, let's first have the Balkan trains or wagons, joined to the EU locomotive, and then the wagon of Ukraine should be the last one because it's the only railway. No. And we prove that it can happen. It can happen parallelly, or even in Ukraine it sometimes can lead, and it is not a clash.
It means that we are focusing in the same direction, because actually it was my next question, and I will formulate it in a way. So what if? This time I ask if Balkans are not ready, no single Balkan country is ready to join, either due to political reasons, like we have a clash in North Macedonia, unfortunately, or due to technical reason, implementation of acquis and so on. And Ukraine, and probably Moldova, lucky Moldova, are ready.
Yep.
What happens? Do you understand that, for instance, Austria would be ready to say no?
We should be not waiting, my immediate answer.
But what is them? How can we convince them?
Look, again, I will give you the example of the candidate status. Before the decision, the unanimous decision was made, we heard the speculation, not even the position of the countries themselves or of the leadership. By the way, I didn't have anything from Austria, anything negative or whatever. Yes, probably Balkans themselves. So the countries, members to the EU, they are hinting that the Balkan countries would object. Okay, we were turning directly to the Balkan countries' leaders, and they said, no, we're not objecting. Okay, have your candidate status. Then we came back to the member states saying, okay, they're not objecting. And they told us, proof, because they are telling us quite another thing. We had the letters, you remember, the official letters of 3 prime ministers of 3 Balkan countries addressed to my president, but we immediately spread it among the member states. Okay, letters are good, maybe they were forced or whatever. We let them come to Kyiv. You remember, 2 of them were physically, and the 3rd one was online, and again then proof or whatever. And nothing happened, nothing dangerous happened. We are a candidate country, they are doing their own way. Again, now, why we had this Ukraine-Balkan summit in Athens, and by the way, Greece helped us to convene this meeting. So you may also ask me, why will Greece be not objecting? Greece is not objecting. Greece convened these Balkan countries in order, among other things, among the military support, among our joint projects, to discuss these developments. So I don't think that the country you mentioned, or any other country...
Any other is Hungary?
Well, Hungary is a separate case, but again, even if you talk about Hungary, I don't think that Hungary will be the last country to object. Remember about many speculations that Hungary will block the candidate status of Ukraine. Nothing happened. They didn't block. And okay, we may have our very peculiar relations, bilateral relations with this country. By the way, a very good and constructive dialogue with the President of Hungary, who not only came twice here to Kyiv and talked to my president, but also suggesting herself as a channel of communication with this country on concrete issues. But we're only saying, you know that better than me, that this is our bilateral issues, and that should not influence neither our Atlantic integration or European integration. We have all the reasons and all the grounds to say that at least as far as the European integration is concerned, as far as the important decisions to be taken this year, they will not block.
And in the very end, let me focus on the first, it was the second topic of the EU reform. We have already seen some proposals, the so-called joint German-French proposal. Of course, Ukraine is not an actor that is taking decisions. At least now, we are not yet the EU member. But as you correctly said, we can advise, we can share our opinion. What do you advise to your European colleagues? How do you see these ways to reform if, but I firmly believe when, this reform starts?
We are making our advice, or small advice rather, modest advice, whatever, because, again, like rightfully said, we're not the members. Why we can make this advice? Why we have the right to make this advice? Because we are also suffering from this process of the absence of decisions as far as the concrete things with Ukraine are concerned. I'm not talking only about sanctions process. Each and every time, you know, we're having these difficulties with sanction process, blackmailing from these or that countries, and then in the end it happens. They're still taking the decision. This is also about this very important military support.
But on reform, on this concrete proposal, for instance, do you have an opinion?
No. We can have an opinion when the reform process will start, and we will be asked to comment. Again, in our informal discussions, we can suggest our options, but sorry for this, and certainly will not bring to our joint audience, because it will be unfair to our partners. But what is very important, I'm sure that Ukraine, whatever status it will have by that time, country negotiating the accession treaty, or maybe being closer and closer to membership, will have its strong voice. It's understandable in each and every capital of the European continent now, of the member states of the European Union. You cannot discuss anything as far as the future of the EU concerned without the voice of Ukraine. They are already counting us in, again, not de jure, unfortunately, but certainly de facto.
Yeah, thank you. I have to say that during this day, there were very many correct things said and written there. But concluding remarks is definitely not what has happened during last 20 minutes. So it was everything but concluding remarks. But I suggest that we can all together consider as concluding remarks several last words, that nothing can be decided without Ukraine. And with these words, I want to thank you. I want to thank to New Europe Center for organizing this event, and thank you to everyone participating and listening, and to those who are online and those who will listen later. I think that the record would be in network after the broadcasting. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also would like to thank Igor and Sergei for great concluding panel. I'm not going to do post-concluding remarks, don't be afraid. But today it became even more obvious for me that candidate countries are very serious about enlargement process, about EU enlargement process. And even if there is lack of political will or at European political elites, on behalf of European political elites for next enlargement processes, candidate countries are ready to generate this political will, it's for sure. So thank you very much for everyone who came. For our European delegation, the program unfortunately continues with new meetings today and tomorrow. For Ukrainian participants, thank you very much, and special thanks to Ukrainian Armed Forces for allowing us to have this event today in Kiev. I think it was really productive. We challenged some of the most obvious challenges we will face on our European way, and thank you again. Good luck.